Welcome back to the Gregarious Technology YouTube channel. In this video, we'll be walking through installing a primary standalone site in MECM, formerly known as SCCM. There are other site design models, and we'll briefly review those designs, but those are different types of installations and not covered in this video. So let's begin with an overview of what we will cover in this video. So let's jump into the overview now. The first thing we're going to talk about is planning the hierarchy of the site designs and the site servers and the role placement on those site servers. We're not going to go into great depth on this because this video is focusing on a primary standalone site design installation. Next, we'll talk about preparation in your AD forest or forests. So a primary standalone site can have one or more AD forests in it. And that involves prepare the systems management container inside of Active Directory via Active Directory users and computers. It also involves extending the AD schema for MECM. We have to create service accounts for MECM in AD in each forest if we have multiple forests. In our design, we're just going to use one forest. We have to create permissions on each site server that we're going to use in our MECM site. Now, we're just going to use one site server in our demonstration. Next, we have to install the prerequisites and features before we begin the installation of the first primary standalone site for MECM. Then we're actually going to install our first primary standalone site, which will spin up our MECM environment and our first site server. And we're going to install all of our roles on one site server. Make it simple. But we'll talk about how you would do separate site servers for certain roles. So we will install the roles on that one site server. There are some additional site configuration tasks after the installation of MECM. Then we're going to install some very important third-party plugins that are going to help you immensely with certain tasks. And we'll talk about those a little bit. And lastly, we're going to discuss how to plan for post-installation environment configuration. So once we install MECM, it's just basically a bare bones infrastructure. You've got your site hierarchy, your site, and in this case, one site server with all the roles on it that we want. But it doesn't have any real substance to it, nothing to deploy yet. In this video, we're not going to go through each one of those step by step, what you might want to deploy, such as applications, operating systems, collections, and how to build those, configure those, and deploy those. but we're going to talk about that a little bit. And those will be covered in other videos that I create. So, without further ado, let's go into our first module session to plan for the hierarchy of sites, the designs, and site servers. Before we get started, I want to mention that any of the articles we go over in this video, the URLs will be posted in the description section of the video on YouTube, on my channel. So Microsoft gives you an overview of the hierarchy topology at this section in this article. And they mention at the top, the simplest design is a single standalone primary site, which is what we're going to be doing and demonstrating and installing in this video. The most complex is a group of connected primary and secondary sites with a central administration site at the top level of the hierarchy. It says the key driver of the type and count of sites that you use in the hierarchy is usually the number and key type of devices that you must support. A couple of really important key points here is that Microsoft's recommended approach is to have a primary site, typically a single standalone primary site. Primary site can host multiple Active Directory forests. Also, there are only certain scenarios when you might actually need to use what we call a CAS, a central administration site, and we'll go over that in a second. Lastly, if you have an organization that has multiple Active Directory forests, and each one of those forests needs to be in coexistence between Intune and Configuration Manager, you cannot have a central administration site hosting both of those primary sites, because then the central administration site becomes top of the hierarchy, and a central administration site can only connect to one tenant. So if you're in a situation where you have a corporation, an enterprise, an agency, and you have several organizations underneath that corporation, and you have several tenants, and each one of those corporations has a different tenant, then you must have separate standalone primary sites, each connecting to that tenant in coexistence mode. But if you're not using coexistence mode, it doesn't matter. However, you still probably will want to have separate standalone primary sites for each one of those 84s, because you're going to be synchronizing users and devices and contacts and groups and all those kind of things for different tenants anyways. So that's why I'm creating this video. This is the most popular and recommended approach to creating an MECM environment. So if we scroll down just a little bit to the standalone primary site, the one that we're actually going to be implementing, there's quite a bit of good information in there that we need to go over. Just to backtrack a little bit, the reason I said, even if you're not in co-management mode, to have two separate, let's say we have two Active Directory forests or two organizations underneath a parent organization, have two standalone primary sites, is you could use directory synchronization in each Active Directory forest and still have a single standalone primary site organizing both of those Active Directory for us, but if you want to implement Intune in any fashion, even if it's not coexistence with SCCM, then you're going to have an issue. So just keep that in mind. So Microsoft mentions use a standalone primary site when it can support management of all devices and users. For more information, see sizing and scale numbers. So you can click on that link. This topology is also successful when your company's geographic locations can be served by a single primary site. To help manage network traffic, use multiple management points and boundary groups inside that single primary site, and carefully planned content infrastructure. So for simplicity reasons, we're going to just use a single server, but within a standalone primary site, you can have multiple servers hosting multiple roles to put at different physical sites throughout your geographical locations. For more information, see Configure Boundary Groups, so you can click on that link, and Fundamental Concepts for Concept Management. So, if you get a chance, click on those. A lot more detail on that design, spreading beyond a single server hosting all of the roles, which is what we're going to do. We're not actually going to do a software update point with WSUS. I would never put that on the same, well, not never, I have done, but it's got to be a small organization with a lot of space to put the software update point and the WSUS server on the same server. Even in a small organization, you're typically going to have a WSUS server, which is required for the software update point, separate from your primary site server, and then you just install the software update point role on a single site server in your standalone primary site. But typically, we separate that one role out always. So it goes on to mention that this topology, meaning the standalone primary site, provides the following benefits: simplified administrative overhead, simplified client assignment and discovery of available resources and services, elimination of possible delays introduced by database replication between sites, option to expand a standalone primary site into a larger hierarchy with a central administration site. This option enables you to then install new primary sites to expand the scale of your deployment. So you can start out with a standalone primary site, and if your organization grows past, I think it's like 150,000 objects, you may need to then expand it to a central administration site. So now let's take a look at that. So it says, use this topology when you require more than one primary site to support management. Now, that's a key part of this, of all of your devices and users. So what they're talking about is centralized management. Otherwise, you could have two standalone primary sites, but they won't be centrally managed. You'd have to manage those separately. It's required when you need to use more than a single primary site. And again, they're talking about centrally managing multiple sites. It's not required if you are okay with just separately managing those standalone primary sites. This topology provides the following benefits. It supports up to 25 primary sites that enable you to extend the scale of your hierarchy. You always use the central administration site unless you reinstall your sites. The option is permanent. You can't detach a child primary site and make it a standalone primary site. So once you make that decision, that's it. You're done. Scrolling down just a little bit more. I don't know that we're going to go over all of this. Just a couple of important things. The central administration site is the top level site in your hierarchy. Let's see what else. We already talked about expanding a primary site into a central administration site if you don't have one already. And you cannot, on a secondary primary site, you cannot just attach it to an existing central administration site. You can only convert a single standalone primary site if you don't already have an existing central administration site, a CAS. The central administration site can't have clients assigned to it. You got to remember the CAS was only designed to administer centrally your primary sites. Your primary sites host most or all of the roles that MECM handles. The CAS is just for administration for the most part. You manage all clients in the hierarchy and perform all site management tasks from the configuration management console that is connected to the central administration site. Okay. But that's really coming from the primary sites. When you use a central administration site, it's the only place where you see site data from all sites in your hierarchy. This data includes information such as inventory data and status messages. And then very important security measure practice, manage security throughout the hierarchy by assigning different security roles and scopes and collections to different administrative users. There should only be a very limited level of top level administrators. The other administrative users should only have access to these sites or roles within those sites, but you assign those at the CAS level. And then you've got to do some additional tasks like configure replication to control communication between the sites in the hierarchy and schedule database replication for site data, blah, blah, blah. And that's pretty much all I want to talk about with site hierarchy, because we're not going to go into a CAS hierarchy in this video, and we're certainly not going to talk about secondary sites. Microsoft highly recommends against secondary sites altogether. Should probably never use secondary sites. So now we're going to switch over to site system servers and the roles that you can install on site system servers. So when you install a site system role on a computer, that becomes a site system inside of your primary site. You can install one or more additional site system servers. So you could, like we were talking about earlier, have different site servers at different physical sites throughout your campuses or districts or whatever to serve as a local MECM site server with a specific role on it. One of those use cases typically is what we call a distribution point. We'll talk about that in a second. A distribution point hosts content for like applications and operation system deployments and upgrades and updates and those kind of things. That might be one of those use cases where you would want to, if you're geographically dispersed, have more than one site server within your standalone primary site. So a site server is a server that's going to host one or more roles. And in our case, it goes on to say, you don't have to install additional site system servers, and you can choose to run all system roles directly on the site server computer. And they're talking about the first site system that we install MECM on. Because when you install MECM, it automatically makes that computer that you install it on a site system server. And it says additional servers can help extend the capabilities and capacity of the site by sharing the processing load that site system roles place on a server. So it really depends on your organization, your size, how you're geographically dispersed, the processing power, the resources that you have available to you on the site systems, all those kind of things are considerations. So let's scroll down now and talk about the different site system roles. So the first two bullet points are the most common use cases when you might want to separate out a couple of different site system servers with specific roles. The first one is additional management points so that the site can support more devices up to the site's supported capacity. The second one is one we were talking about earlier, additional distribution points to expand your site content infrastructure. Content is a key word there. That's what a distribution point does, is it holds the content for everything that you want to deliver to your clients, improving the performance of content distribution to those devices. And the last one we mentioned earlier too, one or more feature-specific site system roles. For example, this is what we mentioned earlier. A software update point lets you manage software updates from 4 managed devices. And then again, a reporting services point lets you run reports to monitor, understand, and share information about your environment. So it's just giving you a couple of examples. We haven't gotten into the details of these specific roles yet, and we're going to do that next. And it just goes on to talk about the fact that you can uninstall and move these roles. It's not a real big deal, except for with especially a software update point and a distribution point, because then you've got to, for a distribution point, move all that content, and that can be very time consuming and troubling to move all that and then reassign it. That's a very arduous task and very complex task. There are scripts and tools and such that'll do that for you. But also the software update point, if you move that, you you can keep the same WSUS server and just point that software update point to the same WSUS server. But if you move the WSUS server, to a new server, you've got to re-download all that content, and that can take like 48 hours depending on what types of content that you're downloading. So scrolling down a little bit, I want to get to the actual roles. The configuration manager site database server in our instance, and in smaller environments, we almost always typically install this role for the MECM site database on the first site server, co-located with other roles. It can be installed on a separate system, and it can be in a failover cluster. As a matter of fact, I just went through a project where I had to do a SQL Server failover cluster migration to a newer version, and MECM was one of the databases that we had to migrate. So the important thing to understand and what we had to do in that scenario is, if you need to move the site server database, you have to run the setup again to modify a different instance of SQL Server to host the site database. You have to go through the setup from the setup file itself, and you have to modify the installation, and one of the options is going to be change the SQL Server database location, and you're just going to point it to the new instance location and database on that instance, on that SQL Server, whether it's just a standalone remote SQL Server instance or a failover cluster instance. So the SMS provider is the interface between the configuration manager console. The configuration manager console, again, is a console that manages all of the components, all the roles that you install in MECM. So the provider is the interface between a configuration manager console and the site database. By default, this role is automatically installed on the site server of a central administration site and primary sites. If you're not hosting SQL Server and the site database, if you have multiple primary sites, we're not talking about CAS here, then you need to install additional instances at each site to provide access to administrative users for redundancy. We are not going to talk about asset intelligence synchronization point, because way back in November of 2021, they have deprecated this feature. As a matter of fact, when you upgrade from update your existing site, primary site, you have to remove this rule. It won't update if you have this rule installed. And it's the same thing with the certificate registration point. Starting in version 2203, the certificate registration point is no longer supported. So we're gonna skip that. We're not gonna go over it. So a cloud management gateway, very seldom do we install this role on any primary sites, but it's a system role for communicating with a cloud management gateway. And if we click on this link right here, what we're going to see is what is a cloud management gateway. A cloud management gateway provides a simple way to manage configuration manager clients over the internet. You deploy CMG as a cloud service in Microsoft Azure. Then without more on-premise infrastructure, you can manage clients that roam on the internet or are in branches across the WAN. You also don't need to expose your on-premises infrastructure to the internet. But we're not going to get into that. That's not our scenario. But just want to mention that's a possible role, and maybe I'll do a video on that someday. A data warehouse service point uses the data warehouse service point to store and report on long-term historical data in your configuration environment. So you could click on that link if you want more information. We're not going to be installing this role. This is another role that is almost never used. And then we go down to one of the most crucial and required roles, the distribution point. The distribution point contains the source files for several things. For example, application content, software packages, software updates, operating system images, boot images, etc. By default, this role installs on the site server when you install a new primary site or secondary site, which we're not going to do. This role isn't supported at a central administration site. Install multiple instances of this role at a supported site and at multiple sites in the same hierarchy. We talked about that earlier. If you have multiple locations, geographically dispersed, you might want to have a local distribution point for faster delivery of content. And also for better resources on that server. If you have a huge organization and only one distribution point, you might be limited on resources when site content is trying to be delivered. You might overtax that system that hosts other roles. And they point out a couple of other links that you might want to check out. Fundamental concepts for content management and managed content and content infrastructure. And then there's the endpoint protection point. This used to be used more often years ago. It's changed a lot. A lot of organizations don't use it because they don't use Windows Defender for endpoint. They use a third-party solution. So if you're interested in that, again, I recommend that you do some more reading up on that through the link right here. But it says a site system role that configuration manager uses to accept the endpoint protection license terms and to configure the default membership for a cloud protection service. A hierarchy only supports a single instance of this role, and that must be at the top tier site. So if you're using a CAS site, that has to be at the CAS level. If you expand a standalone primary site into a larger hierarchy, uninstall this role from the primary site and then install it at the central administration site. Enrollment point is also deprecated, so we're not going to talk about that. It's deprecated. It says because of basically the deprecation of on-premises configuration manager client for the Mac OS, and some other reasons. And for the exact same reasons, the enrollment proxy point is deprecated, so we're not going to go over that either. An Exchange Server connector is designed to manage mobile devices with Configuration Manager and Exchange. Typically, most organizations are going to do that with either Intune alone or with MECM in co-management mode with Intune, and still manage it from Intune. If you're interested, click on the link that we just showed. And then we have the fallback status point. It's a site system rule that helps you monitor client installation. So it's important to understand at this point, we didn't talk much about it. In order for any client, any system to be managed by MECM, it has to have what we call the CCM client, the configuration manager client installed. And when you install it, you have to install the site code that it's going to be managed by, which site it's going to be managed by. Now we can do automatic pushes and put that code in there. We can do it manually. We have several options. But the fallback status point identifies clients that are unmanaged because they can't communicate with the management point. So it's not a bad idea to install the fallback status point to get that type of information, but it's not really required. So the management point is a required role, a site system role that provides policy and service location information to clients. So when you install the CCM client, there's going to be an applet on each one of those client devices that receives policies for machine policies and pushes and all that kind of stuff. It also receives configuration data from the clients. So it's a two-way push. By default, this rule installs on the site server when you install a new primary site or secondary site, of course. Primary sites support multiple instances of this role. So that might be another role that if you have a large organization, you might want to have a secondary site system at several locations and install this rule on that site system. Set up management points to support either HTTP or HTTPS. They can also support mobile devices that you manage with Configuration Manager on-premises mobile device management to help reduce the processing load placed on the site database server by management points as they request service from clients. Use the database replicas for management points. So you can check out that link for some more information. So this important note is indeed very important. starting in Configuration Manager version 2103. I think we're at 2505 now. Sites that allow HTTP client communication are deprecated. Configure the site for HTTPS, which means you have to have certificates. Could be a self-signed certificate or a third-party certificate, or enhanced HTTP. I almost always do this. Okay, so that's my recommendation, and that's what we're going to do. So to get more details on how that works, click on the link right here, and it'll talk all about the requirements for HTTPS only or enhanced HTTP. And we're going to do enhanced HTTP. So let's scroll down a little bit more. We're almost done with the roles. We've got the reporting services point, and this is a very, very important role to make sure you have installed. SCCM has hundreds, maybe even thousands of built-in reports that you can gather and export to gather information on all sorts of things, such as deployments of applications, client status reports, SCCM clients. I mean, just tons of them. I can't even think of all of them. So we are going to install this. It's a system role that integrates with SQL Server reporting services. So they this is part of the requirement to create and manage reports for configuration management. Configuration manager. This role is supported at primary sites and the central administration site, and you can install multiple instances of this role at a supported site. For more information, see planning for reporting. So there's quite a few steps, and we are going to go through installing this role because we wanted. I wanted to show you briefly some of the reports. An important note on this: once the reporting services point has been installed on a site system, you actually have to go to that reporting module and download the default reports. They don't get automatically downloaded. So we'll see that as we go through this. And then there's the service connection point. This should be automatically, even though it doesn't mention it. And we'll make sure that we do install it if it's not automatically installed when we go through the installation. A site system role that uploads usage data from your site and is required to make updates for Configuration Manager available in the console. Hierarchy only supports a single instance of this role, so it can only be installed on a single site server. And that must be at the top tier site of your hierarchy. So if you expand a standalone primary site into a larger hierarchy, uninstall this role from the primary site and then install it at the central administration site. And then again, if you want some more information, click on the link that is shown right here. And moving down further, I think we only have a couple more roles to discuss. So a software update point is a site system role that integrates with Windows Server Update Services WSUS. So you have to have a separate WSUS server. This is just a role that you install on one of your site systems. But an important note on this, you don't actually, once you go through the the installation of WSUS, there's only one single configuration that you have to do to complete it. And I believe that's, I don't remember off the top of my head, darn it. You do not want to configure WSUS like it's not going to be integrated with MECM, because that will break any possibility of integrating it with MECM. When you install the software update point, it configures WSUS, your WSUS server, for everything it needs to do from the software update point when you install the role and then configure the role. So this role is supported at all sites. Install the site system at this central administration site if you're using that to synchronize with WSUS. Set up each instance of this role at child primary sites to synchronize with the central administration site. So if you have multiple primary sites. And so again, for more information, you will simply click on this link, and it'll tell you exactly how to do all those steps, but we're going to go through it anyways. And then there's the state migration point. And I'm going to make a note right off the bat. I don't use this. There are several methods to upgrade operating systems in place through MECM. And I use a feature that was later added to MECM called a Windows servicing feature. And it's much simpler. You don't have to do a task sequence. You don't have to use the state migration point. But if you one of those people that really likes pain and want to install a state migration point and a task sequence and go through all these steps, go ahead and do it. So when you migrate a computer to a new operating system, this site system role stores the user data. This role is supported at primary sites and secondary sites. Install multiple instances of this role at a site and at multiple sites in the same hierarchy. For more information about storing user state when you deploy an OS, manage user state. Even if you're doing a computer refresh on the same system and you want to maintain user data, we'll talk about task sequences a little bit later on. There's a step in a task sequence that you can enable to capture user data before you wipe out the system and then restore it later. I may stand corrected because that option might not be available without the state migration point, but we'll check that out. In any case, it does not hurt to install it to be available in case you want to use it. So if it is required for the capturing of user data in a task sequence and replacing that data after a computer refresh, a fresh install of the operating system on the same system, then you might as well install that role. So now I want to show you a diagram I created on the hierarchy topology that we're going to be deploying in this video. So let me pull that up for you right now. So here we're going to have a standalone primary site, and those are probably the names I'm going to give to the standalone primary site. I did optionally show you that this is how, if you wanted to put that in co-management mode, it would look like on a logical topology. And these are the rules that we're going to install on it. At least at this point, this is what I intend to do, unless we run into an issue, and then we can talk about it, or install maybe the reporting server and a different server. Notice that that server has to be domain joined. Okay. It cannot be a workstation compute server. So whatever primary site server for each force in your primary site, it has to be joined to that domain that you want. Now, I guess a note from the field here: once it's installed in one domain or connected in one domain, if you have a trust in conditional forwarders set up to another forest or domain, you can add other forests and domains into the primary site. And those other forests and domains don't have to have, can't actually have servers. Well, let me backstep. They can have servers that are joined to that other forest or domain, such as distribution points. But each server that is going to be a site server in each forest that you're going to add to the standalone primary site has to be joined to the domain that the objects that you want to manage are located in. And this part of the diagram are the future modules we're going to be talking about. Creating the systems management container and the service accounts that you need, and the tasks that you need to do for the systems management container, and the accounts that you're going to need for MECM. Now, I will say, I say accounts, but technically you could have one service account and specify this one service account for all of these functions that SCCM needs to provide that are listed underneath accounts. I'll give you just a few more seconds to take a look at this diagram and make sense of it. But of course, you can pause the video at this point to get some more time to digest this and understand this diagram. And that wraps up this module, which covers site design, site servers, and site roles. We're next going to jump into a module for all the stuff that's involved with Active Directory preparation. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. In this module of the video, we will be walking through and discussing how to prepare Active Directory AD for MECM. A couple of things I want to mention right off the bat is that I've never attempted an MECM install on Windows Server 2025, but it'll be a good lesson to see if we run into any issues. It does say, when I researched it, that it requires version 2409, but the latest download trial branch from Microsoft is only 2403. But I think the versions past that are just updates. So you would have to get your own legal download. I'm just using trial versions for the demonstrations, and I don't know which version you're going to get. Worst case scenario, I scrap the installation modules when I run into issues, or we just do a little bit of troubleshooting and then scrap, and maybe you won't even see that. I'll just mention that I had to start over because I mentioned it in this part of the video. And probably Server 2022, Windows Server 2022, probably standard. All of my download links, just like I mentioned earlier with the articles, will be listed in the description on this video, except for MECM, because you don't want to use a trial version in production unless you're doing a lab just for testing and then just do a Google search for it. And the latest branch you're going to get is what I get, which is 2403, and you're going to have to register with Microsoft to get that. So all those download links will be available throughout the rest of the modules, included in this video, in the description of the video, for anything that we need to download. So the very first task is to extend the AD schema in the forest. And I have included a link to that article in my description for more information on that, in case you want to understand what that actually does, but it's a requirement. You'll need to be a member of the schema admins to perform this. So you'll need to download the MECM installation media to a domain controller to perform this, and navigate to the directory inside of that media, which is SMS setup bin x64. And what we're looking for is a file called, you see it right here, extadsch. Pretty easy to identify. It pretty much tells us what we're going to do. And we're just going to simply double click on that. So double clicking on that, let's see what happens. Opens the command prompt window and closes. And to verify, you go to the root of the drive, the C drive, on the domain controller that you ran this on. It'll create a file called extadsch.log. You open that up and scroll to the bottom. And if you see this line, successfully extended the Active Directory schema, you know it worked. And that's it to that part. Next, we have to create a container in Active Directory called Systems Management. That's where MECM stores all of its stuff, all its configuration files, and it stores the configuration in the database, but for Active Directory to be aware of everything, it stores it in that container. It doesn't exist by default. Now, if you go to Microsoft's website, it tells you to do it through ADSI edit, but I've never done it that way. So you'll have to be at least a domain admin to do this. Possibly a schema admin, but I don't think so. I think I've always done it as a domain admin. But in my lab, I am a schema admin. So let's see what we have to do. So we first have to create that container, and then we have to set some permissions on it. So we're going to go to the forest where you want MECM installed, open up Active Directory, use this in computers, and expand the domain or the forest where you want that system management container to be installed. And then you're going to have to navigate down to the folder that is listed as system. And if I expand that, I am not going to see a systems management container in here, which means I've never set up MECM in this environment. So this is something new. When I go in Windows Server 2025 to create a new container, that doesn't exist. And that's probably why the Microsoft article changed, is for all scenarios. So we are going to have to do this through the Microsoft article instructions to create that container through ADSI edit. So let's go ahead and follow those instructions. Previously on 2022 and earlier, I was able to do it this way. But once it's created, then we can actually set the permissions on it. And their instructions are lacking whether what context I connect to in ADSI edit. So we'll go to a domain controller, preferably the domain controller that is the FSMA role holder for the PDC. And we're just going to go to start and run and type in ADSI edit.msc, and we'll expand that. My apologies for the small display, but there's really no option to record this video in the resolution I want and get a nice display. So we're going to have to go to right click and connect to, and this is the part that it doesn't say. So I'm assuming, since they don't specify configuration to connect to, you take the default naming context and hit OK. And so we're going to expand right here, the default naming context. If it's not in here, then we're going to have to go to configuration and expand that, and just keep expanding along the way until you see the folder that says system. And we will select that folder, system, and then we're going to have to create the object underneath that, the systems management container, because it doesn't exist, as you can see on the right. So we are going to right-click System, and we're going to go to New Object. And we are going to scroll down until we see Container. And it is really small, even for me. I think I went too far. Container, there it is. And we're going to click Next. And then for the value name, we have to put in System Management system space management. Very important to not misspell this. It will not work. Your MECM installation, people have a tendency to say systems management. It is not. It's system space management, and they're the words are capitalized. I don't know if it makes a difference, but I would keep it that way. Let's click next and see if it prompts us for anything else. We do not want to add any more attributes, so we'll just click on finish. And then underneath system, we will now see let's see, where is it? There it is, right down at the bottom. The system management container. Let me expand that so you can see that. Right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to ADUC, Active Directory Users Computers on the same domain controller, and just validate that it got created inside of the AD hierarchy. So I'm going to go ahead and do a refresh on this, and let's see if it's there. So at this point, I would assign permissions to here. I think we can still assign the permissions to here, to ADSI edit, security. And I think that's the way the instructions say to do it. So just to be safe, in case there's a difference with Server 2025, I'll go ahead and do it through ADSI edit. I just hate to do things through ADSI edit. I would prefer to do them through ADUC if I can, but we're going to follow the instructions from Microsoft and make sure that it happens. So the permissions that we need to add are for this site server. Well, we're not on the site server actually, but for the site server, the primary, first primary site server that's in standalone, going to act as a standalone. We need to give it full permissions, and we need to make sure that it descends with those permissions to all child objects. So that's what we're going to go through right now. What we're going to do is we're going to click on Add right here. We are going to change object types. And add computers. And then click on OK. Then we are going to look for the site server that we have spun up, but we haven't actually spun it up as a site server yet. Search for it, and I called it MECM, and do a check name on it, and I found it. And so now what you see is that the site server is listed with permissions, but it doesn't have full control yet. So what we need to do is we need to click on full control right there at the top. That's the first step. And we'll go ahead and click on apply. And then we need to make sure that it descends to all child objects. So we're going to go into advanced. And find it. Okay. And then we are going to go to the edit button. Once that correct server as a server object is located, and click on edit. and see how it says it applies to this object only. We need to change that. And we need to change it to this object and all descendant objects should be the first one, or I'm sorry, the second one on the list. Then we're going to hit OK, apply, and OK, and OK again. And then I always, I'm a little obsessive compulsive, so I'm going to refresh ADUC again and check that it worked instead of ADUC. So we're going to find that object. There it is. It's got full control. Go to advanced. And find the server. Go to edit. And yes, it did work. And lastly, before we do any other steps, what I would do is open a command prompt as administrator. Make that bigger. At least we can see this. And I would force replication to all of the domain controllers. This is something specific to my environment. I wouldn't really worry about it right now. I will check really briefly offline to see if that has replicated to my other domain controller. But when I install MECM, I'm going to specify my PDC as a DC if I can. This is just a problem that I thought I rectified in my lab environment. But you do want to force synchronization. If you have any errors, maybe you want to check and see what error that is. And I think the error is because I have a mixed environment, 2 domain controllers, one on server 2025 and one on server 2022 or server 2019. I don't know. Thought I resolved it. But anyways, that's a necessary step to make sure that when you're running the wizard, if you don't have an option to which domain controller when you set up MECM it hits, that it sees that systems management container. All right, now we can move on. Next, we're going to have to create service accounts for different types of functions inside of MECM. So there is an article that goes through every single account that you may need to create. And I do have a hyperlink, again, in the description to this article. I'm not going to go over the article, but I just wanted to mention it. It talks about the accounts that configuration manager uses, for all the different roles, database roles, all this kind of stuff. I am not going to go over that. What I will say is that I do 2 things. Well, I'm going to do one. But in production environments for enterprise users, you have to plan this out properly, especially given who's going to do what inside the organization. So you're probably just going to create service accounts. You're going to look through the list and see if you can use one service account or a combination of at least 2 or more. The network service account might be one that you have to create separately. But in my case, I am going to just use my domain admin account, or most often in any scenario that MECM allows the site system server to be used, use that instead of a service account. And that's what most organizations do. So I'm going to go through a really quick list here of the main accounts that you need to consider, and talk about what the minimal permissions are on them. But again, you can go through that article. But one last time, if at all possible, I always try to use the site system server as the account, and when possible, and give it the permissions needed, if any. So I made a list of all of the accounts that you probably want to consider, well, at least the functionality in MECM that needs at least one account to deliver those services. And I pulled it up in Word for you. So the MECM installation on that site server is, it kind of takes care of itself. It uses its own local account as a administrator on that machine. But just to be safe, we'll add that computer account to the local administrators group. If you're going to install additional site systems, it needs to be a local administrator for the site system, and a local administrator and access this computer from the network for any target systems. So for installing SQL, you have to be a local administrator on that SQL server. In this case, we're co-locating SQL on the same primary site server that's going to host all the other roles. But inside of SQL, you also have to be a sysadmin. So when you go through the SQL installation, make sure you are a sysadmin. Well, we're going to go through, I was originally going to do just a non-custom install, which would do SQL Express, but you wouldn't learn how to install SQL ahead of time the correct way if I did it that way, because SQL Express is going to have a lot of limitations, and it's only for small environments, and it has a lot of limitations. It's on a lot of stuff, and not suited for larger production environments. So when we do that, the counts we use have to be local administrator and a sysadmin inside of SQL. So for all of the discovery services inside of MECM, most of them, maybe the only exception is the network discovery service. We'll talk about that in a second. I just use the site server account. Easiest, works all the time. Use the site server as the account. You'll have that option when you go to do the discovery method. There's a bunch of them, like Active Directory discovery. There's going to be Active Directory Forest discovery. There's going to be systems discovery, users discovery, groups discovery, network discovery, heartbeat discovery, all those discovery methods to discover objects from Active Directory. For the client push, which we talked about earlier in the video, this pushes the client out to anything you want to push it out to. So typically we create what we call collections, and after discovery, and we might push the client out to a collection of computers, one at a time, and you need an account configured for a client push installation, so that whatever account you use has to be a local administrator on the site server, the database server, which might be one and the same, and if you're using separate instances, each instance of the SMS provider. My notes are a little funky here, but we already talked about that you have to be a sysadmin on the instance of the SQL Server that hosts the site database. The enrollment point role, whatever account you use to assign for that, needs read and write permissions to the site database, wherever that site database is. The network access is a little different because you might not be dealing with singularly or uniquely Windows devices. You might be, maybe you want to just gather information on network devices or non-Windows machines. So you really have to take a look at each device and provide the minimum needed permissions to access that software that you need to access on that device, whatever that device is and whatever the software is. The minimum permissions to do what you want to do. If you just want to read, then however you have to assign permissions on that device to read over the network, so that that network account, and give those read permissions to that network account through the device, however you have to do that on that device. And for the network access account, the distribution points, you have to assign the network access account access to this computer over the network. Some of these are automatically set up, so we'll take a look at that. We're going to validate some of this stuff as we go through it. Reporting services, we're going to go through the entire installation of that, and you'll see during the reporting services, you're going to have to specify, you're going to have to install SQL Server reporting services. It's going to create a whole new database for that, and you're going to have to specify an account. Now, maybe that's a pre-existing service account you already created. Maybe it's one just for reporting services or just for SQL. But whatever that account is, it's going to, in MECM, the account that you use to set up reporting services, the SQL reporting services, you're going to have to specify that account inside of I keep saying SCCM, MECM. And for the software update point, the site server has to be a local administrator on the WSUS server. I've seen so many times where organizations come to me, companies come to me and say, software update point isn't communicating with my WSUS server. Well, did you go onto the WSUS server and add it to the local administrators group? Oh, no. Well, you got to do that. The last one is it's not a role, but it's worth mentioning. People who are going to do task sequence deployment, when you go into SCCM, there's a security panel, And inside there's a bunch of predefined roles that you can put your IT support staff into. We'll give them permissions inside of SCCM, but regardless of that, inside of Active Directory, they need to at least have permissions to join computers to domains. Otherwise, when they go to run the task sequence, part of the task sequence is always join this computer to the domain. If they don't have those permissions, it's going to fail in the task sequence. And that's all I want to say about permissions. That's most of them anyways. And again, you could create a single account probably, or or use the site system server account wherever it allows you to. And that brings us to the conclusion of the 80 preparation that you need to do. Next, what we have to do is talk about the necessary features on the SCCM server that have to be installed, and the necessary software like, .NET and those kind of things. And we'll go through that. So let's jump right into that. In this module of the video, we'll walk through installing the operating system prerequisites for MECM. It's very important to understand that you must have every software component, role, and feature which are required for the MECM site roles you wish to deploy on the site server or servers. Otherwise, MECM installation or role deployment will have issues or fail. I highly recommend installing in the order in which you see me install them. Prerequisites are the very first step before even installing SQL Server for MECM. Installing MECM is the very last step. There are some prerequisites which must be installed on every site system you deploy, regardless of the roles, and some that are specific to the MECM role you wish to install. And of course, there's some overlap between the site system base requirements and the roles themselves. Microsoft does have an article that covers every single prerequisite for any type of system, and it's shown right there. The URL is also listed in the description section of this video. You need to first carefully plan placement of your site systems depending on the resource load that they can handle, and placement throughout your industry and your sites, how you're geographically dispersed. And once you have decided on a topology of which site systems are going where and which roles are going on each one of those site systems, then you can plan what the prerequisites that have to be installed first on those systems before the roles can be installed. So you'll basically have to go through this list, the list in this article, and it starts off with just some general information, but tells you about the site server and the site systems, and whether you're doing a central administration site or a primary site, what you're going to need. There's a base right there of stuff you're going to need. We're not going to talk about secondary sites, but once you get past that, it starts getting into, okay, the specific rules. If you want the database server, well, you got to have a database server, but whatever that rule, wherever that rule is going to be placed on a site server, wherever it is, these are all the prerequisites. So you're going to have to go through each single one of these. So scrolling back up to the top here, this is going to be your go-to guide on what you need as prerequisites. And if you don't get this right, you're going to have some issues. You may have to scrap what you're doing and start all over again. So I've compiled a short list of the prerequisites that if you're going to install a site system in MECM, whether it's your first primary site system or any other site system with any other rules, these are the bare minimal prerequisites that you need. So let's take a look at that real quick. And this is pretty much the order in which I install them. So this is my list that I go by. So primary site servers, it says all roles and features, but these are really the base ones. My list is a little bit bigger than this, but these are the base ones. Remember to create the service accounts needed, especially the SQL one at this point. You are going to need .NET Framework version 4.8, but on 2025 it's already installed. You're going to need Visual C++ redistributable, ODBC driver 18 for SQL Server, OLEDB driver 19 for SQL Server, Windows ADK plus C, Windows ADK PE add-in, and that is dependent on the version of MECM that you're deploying in your operating system. So that link that I have on my description, you have to pick the right downloads for those. That's the Assessment and Deployment Toolkit. And then there's this SQL Server native client. Now you see a lot of YouTubers and bloggers say, you don't need this. It doesn't, because it doesn't ship anymore with the operating system. You don't need it for MECM. Completely false. It's actually automatically installed during setup. Do not uninstall. It is required, and you will have issues. Even though it's not available as a download and it's not part of the operating system as a feature anymore, MECM does install it, and it has to stay put. Very important note. Then we have to we start getting into some of the features, remote differential compression, some of the HTTP stuff, and I think lastly, and the prerequisite for the base anyways, is enable the remote registry service on the computer that hosts the site database. So I already have the first two covered. I'm running server 2025, and I got .NET 4.8 installed. I did create a service account for SQL, so that's done. So the first one on my list is Visual C++ redistributable. Now I've got, I think, all these downloaded already, and they're almost all pretty quick installs. So this should be pretty quick. So let's start with a Visual C++ redistributable. So we will just double click on that. I agree. Install. Version 14 is the latest version, so it should be good to go on that. Next is the ODBC driver 18 for SQL Server. And I believe that this is the right one right here. We'll find out in a second. we'll just take all the defaults. All finish. Pretty easy stuff. Next is the OLE DB driver 19 for SQL Server. Should be this guy right here. Give it a shot. Let's see what's going on. That Visual C++ redistributable might have required a restart. So I'm going to hit OK on this and then try it again. Try the install again. And I'll be right back. Okay, so apparently we had to install both the 64 and 32-bit versions of the Visual C++ redistributable for this to work. I looked at the documentation for the Microsoft OLE DB driver 19 for SQL Server, and that's what it says right on the website. It must be the last time I did this, I already had the 32-bit installed because I usually just do the 64-bit. Regardless, keep that in mind. Now it's installing. I accept. Next. Just keep the defaults. Doesn't really matter. As long as you have the driver and don't deselect the driver. Finish. Okay. Now we first got to do the Windows Assessment and Deployment Toolkit before we can do the PE, the Pre-Boot Environment add-on. So let's do the regular 80K first. And that's going to be just a little bit longer of a setup. Just take the default path. I don't like Microsoft collecting any information. I accept. And I usually just leave the default. You can probably get rid of Configuration Designer and the Performance Toolkit and Microsoft User Experience and Supply Chain Trust. You really need the imaging and user state migration tool. But I'm just going to be careful and install them all. It's not going to hurt anything. And we'll come back when that's done. This actually goes pretty quickly. And that's done, so we just hit close on that. All right, now we're going to do the 80K when PE pre-boot environment add-in setup. Also should be a real easy one. Let's click on next, take the default path, next, accept, and install. And let's give it a second. This one doesn't take that long either. And that's completed. So let's hit close on that. And now, before we get into installing the roles and features for Windows. Let's do a quick sanity check in the control panel. Take a look at programs and features and just kind of verify that the software components we installed are there. We got the ODBC driver. We got the OLE DB driver, Visual C++, both 64 and 32-bit. Let's see, what else do we want? The ADK and the ADK PE add-in. And that's all we really needed, so we're good to go. Now we can move on to installing, again, just the base for our primary site servers, the roles and features that we need. So for this, we'll go in, because there's not that much for just the primary site servers for roles and features. We're just going to go into the server manager, and we're going to go to manage, add roles and features, next, and let's see, we need on this page IIS, just the base one, because we're going to have a distribution point later on, so we'll just take the default settings on this for now and add the features. We think that's all on this page. And for a role, for the features, we need to come into .NET Framework 3.5 and enable HTTP activation and add those features, and ASP.NET 4.5, which looks like, because .NET 4.8 is the default, is already enabled. And then we also have to go down to remote differential compression. And just checking through my list here really quick. That will do it for our roles and features for just being a site server, not for putting any roles on them. So let's go ahead and click next. Just take all the rest of the defaults. I'm going to have to supply an alternate path here. Give me a second to do that. And let that get started. We'll come right back. Well, that took longer than expected, but it finally finished. So let's close that out. Close the server manager out. So now I have all of my prerequisites set up for a basic site system without any roles. But I want to add a few roles during the wizard, the installation wizard. I have that option. And those roles will be the management point, a distribution point, a service connection point, an SMS provider, and the site database, of course. I'm going to co-locate that on there. So I don't want to do all of those, look them all up by hand. So I'm going to and enable them all by hand, the features anyways. So I'm going to try to generate a script and to install those for me. And when I'm successful, I'll let you know. If I miss a few, then I'll do those few by hand. But we'll try to save ourselves some time by using AI to generate a script for us. And by the way, the prerequisite checker that we're going to run later on that will help identify anything that we're missing. And the installation wizard also downloads the prerequisites, and that should catch it too. So, you know, we're not in a pickle if we miss something. So, I got a handy dandy little script here, and it seems to be doing the job. We'll see at the end. And I have it report what's failed, what it skipped because it's already installed, and what it's installing. We'll give it a little time to run, and then at the end, we'll take a tally. We'll compare to the rules and features that we know we needed to install for the rules and features we wanted to install on that server, and just do a sanity check to make sure they're installed. And then we'll go ahead and restart the computer after that, because some of these might require a restart, and we're good to go. I think I'm actually going to post this on my buymeacoffee.com for supporters and members. So what we were seeing in the script was a runtime succeeded, skipped, and failed. And at the end, like I said, I asked for a list of all three. And so we've got a list, as you see, of all the ones that have succeeded, all the ones that were skipped because they already existed, and the failed list is 0. So I like this script. Now I'm going to restart the server because some of these might actually require a restart. And that finishes, like I said, the roles, features, and software components. But there's a few tweaks for, especially for Windows Server 2025, that we still have to do, and that will finish up anything we have to do to prepare for. Well, we still have to install SQL, but outside of SQL, prepare for the first standalone primary site and those roles that I mentioned. So I'm going to go ahead and restart, and then we'll get into those few things. And then the next module will cover SQL Server. So very often with the hardening of Windows Server 2025, there are issues that arise with TLS and communication. And especially in this case, we're worried about even locally with the SQL Server hosting the database for SCCM. So we are going to temporarily disable TLS enforcement. And we're going to do this through the registry, but we're going to set it through PowerShell, Windows PowerShell as admin. So we're going to open up Windows PowerShell as administrator. And we're going to use the regadd command to add a value to the registry. Let's see if this works. And I actually tried this before. All right. And then we're just going to navigate to that registry location to make sure that that value exists. So we're going to go to start and run and regedit and navigate to that location and see what we say. And I know this is hard to see, but up here you can see we're at the right location. We've got the right entry and the right value for the data. So it worked. And so we, after we're done installing MECM, we could leave that in place, or we could change it back to 0 and see what happens. But you could back it up and then restore it if you need to. And just 2 more tweaks or workarounds for known issues. This one is a security policy, a local security policy that is a known gotcha for 2025 to cause issues with MECM, a primary site server. So we're going to go to the group policy editor locally on the MECM primary site server. Give it a second to pop up. We're going to go to edit group policy. And the reason we're making this policy locally on the primary server is because Server 2025 sometimes defaults to stricter LDAP behavior that blocks system management rights. So we're being careful here. We don't want a headache of trying to troubleshoot this for days or weeks and not being able to figure out what's going on. So we're going to go to computer configuration. Then we're going to go to Windows settings. Then we're going to go to security settings. Then local policies. Then security options. Clicking on security options, we're looking for a specific local policy. And that local policy is called Network Security LDAP Client Signing Requirements. So we got to look for network security and then LDAP. Network security, where are you, network security? Then look for LDAP Client Signing Requirements. That is the one. Let me triple check it. Network security, LDAP Client Signing Requirements. That's the one right now it's requiring, which is likely going to cause issues. We're going to change the setting to negotiate, but mine is grayed out, and maybe this is why I was having problems earlier, because I have a domain policy when I was doing another video specifically on this, on how to harden Active Directory. So give me a minute to actually undo those policies, and I will force a group policy update, and I will try to get back into here to change this setting to negotiate. But that's what we have to do. And just to show you that indeed this is coming from my default domain policy on domain controllers, there it is right there. That's why I can't change it. So I'm actually going to change it in the default domain policy because it's just my lab environment. I was actually using this as a demonstration on how to harden your Active Directory, and in doing so, I made a problem for myself with this video. So I'm going to change that right now. And as you can see here, because I enforced it through the default domain policy, it automatically changed on your local machine. But if you don't set that, or if you set that to not configured, you'll have the ability to change it locally. And there's one last one, but this only applies if you are actually using Windows Firewall on your domain connection. So if you are, then you're going to want to make an exception either in the domain policy or the local policy on the MECM server for the SQL port. So let me get that and show you what that looks like. But I'm not actually using Windows Firewall. But if you were, this is the rule to allow the traffic through on port 443 through the Windows Firewall. Actually, yeah, it is inbound. And keeping your Windows Firewall in place without having to disable your Windows Firewall. And that's all there is to the prerequisites. I know there's a lot in there, but it's better to be careful than to spend a lot of time troubleshooting, and it's better to be prepared. It'll help us out in the prerequisite checker when we run the prerequisite checker and in the installation wizard, and help us to reduce frustrating hours of troubleshooting and failures and issues and errors and all that kind of stuff. So now we're going to restart the server one last time for anything else that we might have said that requires it. And we'll go into the next module, which is installing SQL Server in preparation for the MECM install. Okay, so now we're going to get into the SQL installation. But before we can get into the installation, we have to talk about a few things so you can be well prepared to make a decision on how you're going to configure SQL and why, in the first place, you would pre-configure or pre-install and pre-configure SQL, and why not use the typical installation method of MECM where it installs a version of SQL for you. So let's get into that. When you choose a typical installation on a primary site, it installs a version of SQL called SQL Express, and it is only designed really for lab and very small business environments. It has huge limitations. You can only have a configuration manager database of up to 10 gigabytes. SQL Express can only utilize 1.4 gigabytes of RAM. It's going to cap out in no time, and you're going to have really poor performance. Also, on the CPU usage limit, you can only use one socket or 4 cores, whichever one is lower, and it has none of the high availability or advanced features. That's one of the main reasons it's not a production type of database. It's free, but it's not production worthy. So what we're going to do is we are going to use SQL Server 2022 with the latest cumulative update and pre-install that, but we will not create the database. We will let MECM through the wizard create the database for us. But there's a lot of configuration after we pre-install SQL. And when we do it that way, we use a full-blown version of SQL. We have all the options. Now, SQL Server 2025 is not yet supported for MECM. Only 2022. That's the latest version. So that's what we're going to use. So then you have to choose, am I going to use the default instance installation during the SQL install, or am I going to use a named instance? Now you got to remember, this is a dedicated database for Configuration Manager, MECM, and maybe SQL Server Reporting Services, SSRS, on that instance, which is also only going to be used for MECM reporting. You aren't going to be using it for anything else. And best practice is to co-locate it on an MECM primary server. So, unless you're going to not co-locate it on the MECM server and you need high availability in some sort of clustered environment for SQL, the recommendation is to use the default instance. Do not use a named instance. And we'll see how to do that when we get into the installation. Because if you use the default instance that SQL creates during the installation, it will automatically register what we call the SPN, the service principal name, in Active Directory when the SQL service starts. Now, if you use a named instance, you're going to have to create those SPNs, all of them that you need. There's actually 2 of them. And it becomes much more complex with the configuration. And you run the risk of misconfigurations if you didn't configure everything you need to configure with the SPNs and TCP/IP and security with TLS and all that kind of stuff. It becomes much, much, much more complex. You're going to have failures in the prerequisite checker and in the wizard. The wizard may fail and it could become a nightmare for you. And there's no reason, unless you need to cluster it, that you need to have a named instance. So we're going to use the default instance. Just a couple more things about instances and considerations with MECM. With a default instance, the MECM prerequisites check usually passes without any additional SPN work. And if the service account is a local system account instead of a domain account, the SPN registration can't happen, and you might run into an authentication issue. And you'll see that when we actually do the configuration. We are we never, for the service accounts that SQL uses, we never ever for MECM use local accounts. It actually requires domain accounts. So in preparation, again, we're going to be using SQL Server 2022, and then afterwards apply the latest cumulative update. The SQL Service account, the Active Directory account that we created, has to be a local admin on the site server that's hosting the database role that MECM database is going to go on that instance, on that default instance. And then when you go to do the install, you want to log in as that service account to install SQL. So that will be the first step we do. We'll go to computer management. Wait for that to pop up. We will go to local users and groups. And then groups. And then administrators. And then we're going to have to add that service account from Active Directory. Make sure you've got Active Directory selected. Check the name into the local administrators group on that primary site server. Very important. Then we are going to log off and log in as that SQL service account. I got typed in that in right. To perform the installation. Now you're going to want to have a drive or drives that are large enough to hold the databases for SQL, specifically your configuration manager database and probably a report server database. They could be on the same volume as your data for like a distribution point. That's very typical. Your content data drive, but never ever host the data files themselves, the databases, on the operating system drive. You do not want to do that. You do want to install SQL in its default installations locations, but the data itself, the databases, the logs, and the backup files, you'll want to keep those on a separate drive for performance reasons and also for space reasons, so you don't run out of space. That's going to be a nightmare. I've seen people do that before and call me for help, and it is always like, okay, let's migrate to a new machine if you can't dynamically expand your virtual machine, the disks on your virtual machine. And it might also involve moving content and remapping content, drivers, operating system images, creating applications after the content is copied over. I mean, it's just a nightmare. Start off right. So even in my lab environment, here's my operating system drive that hosts my operating system, but that's also where I'm going to install SQL. But the SQL data is actually going to go on the D drive along with all the content data for MECM. It's got a lot more space, and that's the plan. So if we looked in there really quick, we kind of actually already did. We will, and we're going to eventually, when we get into it, we'll talk about that later, install MECM on the D drive as well for the same reason, because I have some content in there. But anyways, you'll see a folder, you call it whatever you want, but for our SQL data called SQL files, and I've got folders for backups, data, and logs. And in the installation wizard, we're going to point to those locations. The installation of SQL is actually pretty quick and easy. You just absolutely have to make the right choices. Otherwise, you're uninstalling the whole thing and doing it all over again. And there's registry keys and everything, and that could be a nightmare. So make sure you do it right the first time. We're going to first install it and configure the right parameters. But there's a lot of, especially for Windows Server 2025, a lot of post-installation customizations, and we'll go over all of those that you'll need. Otherwise, if you don't do those, you may have issues with installing MECM on Windows Server 2025. But the actual installation is not that hard. So you're just going to click on the setup inside of the SQL Server 2020, SQL Server 22, and we're going to walk through the wizard. And what you're going to need to choose on the left is installation. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then from the right hand side, we're going to choose the top choice, which says new SQL Server standalone installation or add features to an existing installation. So let's go ahead and click on that. And then enter your product key down at the bottom. In this section, you will have to select, you won't be able to continue without selecting which type of software assurance program you have. So you have to select the right one. It won't let you continue without it. For myself, I'm just going to choose Developer Edition for my lab. Got to agree to this. You can click on use Microsoft Update to check for updates. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to install that cumulative update later and then check for updates later. You won't get this error message. That's something specific to my environment. I'm still working on why this machine is having intermittent issues connecting to the internet, but you won't get that in your environment. Okay. I am not going to install the Azure extension for SQL Server. I don't think anybody does that. We certainly do not want to do that for MECM. Okay. And then the only thing we need to check on for what we're going to install is the database engine services at this point. And we are going to keep the defaults for the installation directories. So these are just the directories for the installation. Do not change these because you might have serious problems installing MECM if you change it. Either the drive or the folder structure for SQL at this point. This is not the data location. This is the installation of the program. Where are we going to install the program? Here. So do not change those. Click on next. And here's where you specify whether you're going to use a default instance, which is what we're going to do. We're going to leave it right at the default instance. And notice the default instance name is MS SQL Server. So make a note of that. If you wanted to host this against all recommendations, just back it up on a
SQL Server cluster, like a failover cluster or always on available group failover cluster, then you would need to do a named instance, probably, and then you would choose named instance, and then you would make the instance name and instance ID exactly the same, so not to get confusing. I'm going to do a whole separate video on creating the database and all the properties that you would need to do for a named instance for MECM. I'm not going to do that in this video. There's just too much work involved to that, and too much risk involved as well. And again, there's very little reason that you would ever need to do that. So we're going to leave it at default instance, and we will click on next. All right. And we've come to another crucial part here. These have to be the domain account that you created for SQL as a service account that you added to the local administrators group. Cannot be a local account. It will not work. MECM requires it to be a domain account with what we've just spoken about. So we've got to put the username and password in there. Let me grab the password. And it's got to be domain /. And you want to set all three of these to automatic. So this is very crucial for those services to start. Just verify it. You can change them afterwards if you made a mistake in here, those services that run SQL. But you want to make sure you get them right. So let's click on next. Okay. Again, for MECM to work, the authentication mode has to be Windows authentication mode. It has to be domain credentials. You cannot use mixed mode. It won't work. And you absolutely have to add certain domain accounts to this section. And what that does is it makes those accounts what we call sysadmins in SQL, so that they can administer SQL and do certain tasks on the database and such, have at least read access and certain tasks on the database. So most importantly, and able to create that database, you've got to add from Active Directory the service account. The same service account we've been adding the whole time. I'm going to add myself. Oh, I am logged in as that. Sorry. Let me see if it'll pick it up with that. You also have to add a very specific account Yeah, what I had to do to get the NT authority system in there is when I went to add, I had to choose the location that is the local account, choose a local computer, and I didn't add it as NT authority system. I just added system and check name and hit OK. And it'll add the NT authority system. So these two accounts are absolutely necessary. I'm sorry, NT authority system and the service account in Active Directory. Now, to be safe, this may not be necessary, but I always do this as good measure. I will go back to Active Directory. I will choose computers, and I will select the server that we're installing it on, the primary site server. I can see that as a server object as well. And again, it's going to add these all to SQL as sysadmin so they can log into what we'll see in a few minutes is the SQL Server Management Studio as sysadmins. Anybody you add in here has permissions as a sysadmin. And then anybody else that you think needs to be a sysadmin in there. Now, as long as those accounts are in there, anyone that's in those accounts can get into SQL Server Management Studio and add other users to have permissions as sysadmin or database owners and those kind of things. So that's a bare minimal. And you could choose a group, like create a group of an Active Directory called sysadmins and put your users in there. Sometimes in SQL though, group inheritance doesn't work so well, but it's supposed to. All right. So let me go back for a second because I think I forgot to go to collation. Yeah, I did. I always forget this step. This is absolutely crucial. The collation has to be a very certain collation. And in this version of SQL, it automatically almost always picks the right one, but you have to verify. It has to be SQL underscore Latin 1 underscore general underscore CP1 underscore CI underscore AS. And what you're doing is picking the collation for the default instance. You can't have the database be a different instance and different collation than the default instance for MECM. They have to match. So it's very important. So I'm triple checking that, making sure it's right. SQL, Latin 1, General, CP1, CIAS. If it wasn't, you go into Customize and choose it. But that is absolutely crucial. Everything will fail. You will not get it up and running. Okay. And let's go to next. We already put our accounts in, so they'll stick in there. All right. So we want to go next to Data Directories tab. All right. Now, do not change these two. These are for the system, not the actual database information. Do not change those two. These are the three that we're going to change. The database location, the log location, and the backup location. So we're just going to go to those folders we already created by searching for them. So we're on the user one, so we're going to go to SQL files, data for the data one, for the database one. And we're going to go to logs, the logs one, and for your backups, some people don't do the backup in a different location, but I do. Because they back up with a third-party software or something, and they don't really care. They don't do backups through SQL, but I do. Okay. So leave it just like that. I mean, choose your own locations down here on a separate drive. Do not have this be on the operating system drive. Most important. This section right here. Do not have this on the operating system drive and have plenty of space. This section here, as a reminder, leave exactly as it is. That came from when we chose where to install it. Okay. Now, then we can go to the tempDB, or we can wait until we finish the installation and run my queries and configure that. Either way, it's fine. I've got a ton of stuff to do with the tempDB, so I'm actually not going to configure it through here. I'm going to give you all the queries on how to do that. And same exact thing with the customization on the Mac stop. So if we went in there, there's a bunch of customization. This is all the customization I was telling you about later. We're just actually going to change that to one, but I've got a query, a SQL query, and I'll show you how to run those queries. Memory, same exact thing. We've got some SQL queries to run on that. To change that, we're going to do that all post installation so that we don't make any mistakes. Okay. And don't worry about file stream. So for right now, we're going to just leave those other ones alone. We will configure those when SQL installs, after it installs through SQL Server Management Studio and executing some queries. Next. And we'll click on install and hope, well, let's just double check some things here. Database services, default instance. Default instance is always named the same thing. It's always going to be named that. I'm just going to screen capture. Well, no, actually I'm not. Let's see if there's anything else in here to pick out. Just double checking all of our configurations. We got the database engine. We've got the default system database there. We don't care about that. We actually could have changed the system database. That's where the master and the temp are, but we're just going to leave them there. They don't grow. And yep, picked up our locations for user base or database, the user database, user log and user backup, tempDB. We're not going to configure that yet. Memory, got all of our administrators. Looks good. Let's click on install and see if we run into any issues. So I'm going to let this run and we'll come back when it completes or has an error. So looks good to me. All green, succeeded, no errors. Click on close, close. One thing I do want to check is I want to go to services. And I want to check that the SQL services are running and automatic. Now it's going to tell you your instance name. So if you had multiple instances, which we're not going to on a MECM box, they all have their instance name, but you can see the instance name inside of the parentheses. You've got your actual server, your agent, your browser, all set to automatic. Those are the ones I don't even know what CIP is. I have no idea. But I don't think it's important to what we do. And you want to make sure that they are running underneath that domain account, service account that we specified. And if we got the password wrong, they wouldn't be running. So, especially these two. Yep, looks good. Yep, that's one we couldn't change. That has to run underneath the local account. That's just a browser service that runs locally to browse to other SQL servers. All right, and the last thing we want to do in the installation before we jump into the optimization and configuration is we want to install SQL Server Management Studio, and the only version they ever have available now, they got rid of the downloads for the other ones, is I think it's 22. And it does look quite a bit different, but same functionality. So you download it from, well, if you do a search for it, I think it's from Visual Studio. It's a combined installer for all sorts of different stuff, and it looks a lot different than the old installer. That's the part that looks really different. And it's confusing at first, is how you get actual SQL Server Management Studio installed. So double click on it. And the first time I've already ran this, I think, maybe I didn't. It's going to run, oh, no, I didn't run it before. You're going to get this window that it has to set up the, basically, a module where you can pick which studio agents or components you want to install. So it's got to install that first. And so we'll let it do its thing there. And again, all of these links are in my description for the download, so you don't have to go looking for them. Okay, so it's getting things ready. And then it brings up this, well, you don't see it yet, but very confusing installer with all of the Visual Studio components, not just SQL Server Management Studio, which is why you can't download it separately anymore. They combined all the installers into a single package. We'll let that load. All right, and here's where it gets confusing because it's like, where do I install SQL Server Management Studio? I've got workloads. I don't see it underneath workloads. I don't see it underneath individual components. Although I do see SQL Server Reporting Services, which we're going to install after we install MECM for one of the roles, the reporting point role in MECM, but we're going to do that after we do the base install. Language pack and installation locations. Where the heck is it? So it's hidden. You got to choose from over here, but the core is already chosen over here. It's not anywhere to the left. The core has to be installed first, and that's the SQL Server Management Studio. And what you have to do, and even more confusing, is you have to install while downloading, or choose that, or download and then install, which is what I typically do. After I have already chosen download, then install, the last thing I have to do is actually click on install. And then once you click on install, and that's why it's so confusing, it's going to start. So we'll let it rip and come back. So now what you see is that it says downloaded. And now it's actually installing. So when it's done installing, we can pin it to the taskbar. In case you didn't notice, I love pinning stuff to the taskbar because I hate the Server 2025 and Windows 11 start menu, and I'm sure there's a way to go back to the classic one, but I'm not going to mess with it. I got my own little shortcuts I do. Wait for that to finish, and then we'll open it up and take a quick peek at a couple of things. And you're probably thinking to yourself, why are we spending so much time on SQL? Because it's extremely important to get it right, number one. And hello, it's hosting your MECM database. You've got to be able to do certain things on it. You've got to know a little bit about SQL. So if you thought you were going to be an MECM architect, engineer, technician, and not know anything about how SQL integrates into that or how it's architected, good luck. And when it completes, what you're going to see is underneath installed, you're going to see it look like this. And then you'll have some options that you didn't see before to modify, launch, or more. I don't ever launch it this way. What I do is I will close this out. I will go to find it on the start menu. I will right click it and I will say pin to taskbar. And the icon looks like, I know it's hard to see on my screen, but it looks like this little database looking thing or whatever the heck it is. That is SQL Server Management Studio. The new icon looks completely different. So we'll click on that. Version 22 probably stands for 2022. You don't need to do an account. You can if you want to. It's a one-time ask, and you can always add it later if you want. I skip. Wait for a second. And then what you're going to have to do is it's got a self-signed certificate, so you're going to have to trust that certificate. And it's using Windows authentication. You're going to have to use Windows authentication. But it's going to change once you browse for it because you can use this to connect to any SQL server. But remember, we only allowed Windows authentication. And so when we go to browse for the server, that was, by the way, up top here. I clicked on browse. When we go to browse, and then we click on local because we're on the server. You could click on network, but then you're just going over the network to come right back to the same computer. And find the instance. server actually with the instance. Notice that it's going to have Windows authentication, and it's going to automatically use your logged in user. So you got to have at least read access to it, but we're sysadmins, so we're going to be able to do a lot more than just read. So then all you do, click on connect. Oh, we didn't click on trust. Hold on, sorry. Let's click on trust. Or it went away after we chose the server. And it'll stay next time. These settings will stay underneath history anyways. And once you connect for the first time, and we will click on connect. And good, we're in. And I'm not going to show you a lot on this because this is not a thing on SQL, but we can see our temp database right there and our master database. Big thing is, let's just check out really quickly our logins. Yep. See how all those accounts we added during the installation show up in here. NT Authority System, there's the big one, okay? And should also have, did I add, yeah, I added administrator. But if we, this is the big one to check. This one, your service account that everything runs under, go there and then go to server roles and make sure it has sysadmin as a role. It has to have this role. But when we added it through the wizard, it had it. And so we're just verifying that right now. It has to have it for the service account, has to have it. And so does the NT Authority System. I'm just double clicking on it and going to server roles and verifying that indeed they're sysadmins. So that's really all there is to the installation of SQL. We got the things right. There are some post-installation optimizations and configurations. So next, we're going to jump into that. And when we're done with that, we're going to install, finally, our first primary site. So without further ado, let's get out of here. Let's close out of SQL Server Management Studio and let's jump into the module on customization and optimization.
In this module, we'll be putting the final touches on the SQL Server regarding configuration and optimization for MECM per consensus and best practice. I will not be explaining the technical details behind every SQL configuration or other configurations we do. Instead, we'll run through the scripts and configurations to configure those settings as necessary with a few general guidelines. If you need more information on how those settings affect your environment, you might want to just do a little more research on each one of the settings that we are configuring and tailor them to your environment as how you have your environment architected. It's worth mentioning that as a supporter or member of buymeacoffee.com, my site, you'll have access to all the scripts used in this demo. Before I begin, I forgot to mention, do not forget to update the SQL Server 2022 to the latest cumulative update, and also update Windows Server 2025 with the Windows updates fully. I already did that, so I'm fully patched. So let's jump right into the SQL Server Management Studio and begin by running some of those scripts. The first script configures the minimum size and maximum size of the temp database, the temp DB, on your SQL instance. This is probably the single most important setting you're going to set on the SQL Server instance that the database for MECM is going to go on. MECM does have a requirement of at least 8 gigabytes of memory as a minimum. So keep that in mind, and it does depend on your resources available to you as far as what you want to set your minimum and maximum to, and how large your environment is, and how many devices, and all that kind of stuff. If you don't set this up correctly, or at least set it up at all, you're going to run into problems with the prerequisite checker, with performance, with the installation wizard, database crashes. All those kind of things are probably going to happen. So all we have to do is go ahead and click on execute, since I've already got this script up and running on the instance. You got to be at the top to run it on the instance itself. Go over to the script and click on, just as a reminder, execute for each one of these scripts. That's what we're going to do. So we'll execute that one. And we'll see the status down at the bottom. It's down here. It's still executing. It should have an output on the results part of it. I didn't see an output, so I got a little worried. So we'll wait for that output. And some of these settings may take a restart of the services, the SQL services and the agent. So they might not show up until you do that. So remember to do that after you run all these scripts. Here's the output that I was looking for, and it tells us what we expected to change the values to. 8 and 12 gigabytes minimum and max, and those are specified right here for the minimum in the scripts if you wanted to change them to your own values. And same thing with the subsequent lines. Next, we'll configure the advanced options through this next query, I should say, query script. And I don't believe there's any output on this one, so we'll just go ahead. This should be a quick one, and execute that. And actually, there was an output right here. Told us that it changed the option, so that one is done. And we'll just continue down the list of tabs and run each query. This just enables the advanced option, so it sets the value to 1. And this sets the index create memory to 0. So let's go ahead and execute this one. And it gives us a confirmation down below. Good to go. This configures the max stop. So this has to do with how the CPU cores are utilized. And down at the bottom, you'll see I have commented how to choose suggested values for the max stop. If you have 4 to 8 cores, the value you have up here that you set it to 4. 8 to 16 cores, either 4 or 8. So basically half, going from that point on. So let's go ahead and not just click on one section of this. Let's have the whole thing and execute that. There we go. I figured out what I did. It was a copy and paste error. These were actually my comments, and I forgot to comment those out. Those aren't actual SQL commands. This is the only part of the SQL query that actually needs to run, and I actually forgot to comment this out. So I am saving that query. Let me save that. That was a mistake with a copy and paste. Now, it's important to understand that you have to run the advanced options query and restart the Microsoft SQL services for the instance, because that max stop is an advanced option, and you won't see that advanced option to be able to configure it on the instance in the advanced setting unless you do that first. So order is kind of important on these things. And if we double check, we can see right here that value was set to 4. So we know it worked. And so the last SQL query that we will execute is the cost threshold. And this does look okay to me off the top of my head. Let's execute that. And it looks good. We got a confirmation down here below. And those are the configurations that you need to consider for your environment. Those are the base values for my environment. Most everything except for the max stop and the memory, the temp database memory, are pretty much baseline standard settings. The other two you just have to consider for your environment. So let's go ahead and minimize that and talk a little bit about service principal names and how to both configure and validate and what they're all about, why they're important to MECM. This is not a SQL thing. This is an Active Directory thing. So I gave kind of a long explanation because it's kind of complicated to understand if you don't already understand what an SPN, a service principal name, is and what it does. So I just want to read this to you really quickly. This is just a comment in my note for this script. A service principal name is basically a unique identifier that maps a service to a domain account. And that domain account in this case is our SQL service account. So it maps a unique identifier to that SQL service for that service account. It tells other machines on the network, if you want to connect to this service, this SQL service, use this account. And that's what we're doing in a nutshell with creating a service account and tying an SPN to it. We're saying, okay, if you want to connect to SQL, this is the account, and here are the parameters that you connect to this SQL service, this instance, basically. So for SQL Server in MECM, why is that important? Okay. The SQL Service account must have an SPN registered so other servers like the MECM site server can find and authenticate the SQL service securely. Without a correct SPN, Kerberos fails and connections may fall back to NTLM, causing authentication issues or prerequisite check failures. So it's a very important thing. And remember, when we went and created a default instance, I told you that when you use a default instance, SQL automatically creates the required SPNs for you. But if you use a named instance, this is when you're going to have to know how to create an SPN for that SQL service account and tie it to the MECM server. Okay. That last part is just kind of technical. I'm not even going to read it. So I have two sections here. Now these can be done through either PowerShell or a command line. They're not specifically PowerShell commandlets, but you want to do them as an administrator in either type of session. So the first thing we're going to do is create an SPN for the MECM service account, which is actually the last part of this. And it's got to be in the domain /account name format. We'll see that in a second. The other thing to point out, so we're going to use two commands to create that SPN for the MECM service account, only when we're not using the default instance. So we're using one command to create the short host name and one command to create the fully qualified domain host name, the FQDN, of the named MECM SQL instance if you didn't use the default one. Or if you're having issues, you have some legacy ones that you had a failed install and you have to clean up and all that kind of stuff. So these are the two commands. It's basically set SPN -A, and it's going to be Microsoft SQL Service to identify that it's SQL. And then you're going to have the fully qualified domain name of the MECM server that you want to associate that service principal name with, and then colon the port number. You got to make sure you have the port number right. And then you've got to identify what that service account name is, and that's the last part of it. So they're both exactly the same. The only difference is the top one uses the fully qualified domain name, and the bottom one uses the short name, the NetBIOS name. It's just like a DNS safe fallback to make sure if it's not registered correctly in DNS, it can contact it either way, basically. And so that's how you set it. And then you want to verify afterwards by this command. It's just basically the same command, but with dash capital L and the name of the service account that you want to check the SPNs for. So if I go into Windows PowerShell as an administrator and I want to check all of the SPNs associated with that service account to make sure they look right and there's no extraneous ones, I'm going to run that command because I've already done this. I've already, I believe I already set the SPNs correctly. I ran the first two commands. Yeah, so we've got the short name here. We've got with the port number, tying it to the SQL service. And we've got the FQDN here with the port number, tying that service account to the SQL service. And then we've got one without the port, just to be safe. And that shouldn't cause an issue. If it does, there is a delete command, and I'll take care of that if we run into issues. And that's pretty much all there is on the SPN for SQL. So if you're using the default instance, the only command you need to run. So if you're using the default instance, the only thing you have to do is verify, that looks right. Otherwise, if it's blank, then you're going to set the SPNs. If you need to delete one, you can look up online how to do that. And that's all there is to the SPNs. If those are correct, you're good to go on the SPNs. Now we need to do the final touches and discuss the configurations such as ports and protocols on the SQL Server to make sure that it's communicating correctly, and then we'll validate with a couple of commands to make sure that SQL Server can communicate on the port that you specify. So let's jump right into that. So the console we're going to use to configure those settings is not Visual Studio or SQL Studio. It's SQL Configuration Manager. So if we find that, and I probably want to pin that. I'm just going to do a search for it till I find it. It's this one right here, SQL Server 2022 Configuration Manager. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click on this and say pin to taskbar so I don't have to find it again. And we're going to open that console and validate a few things. Now this, most changes you make in here will require a restart of the SQL services. So keep that in mind for those to take effect. So let's go ahead and launch that. And what we're looking for here is the SQL Server network configuration listed right over there. None of the other stuff matters. Some of it's legacy. So we want to expand that. And what we want to take a look at first is TCP. By default, SQL Server does not enable this. It's disabled. So we got to double click on it, or right click and go to properties to get to the properties window. And we want to change that value to yes. And, oh, why didn't that change? And click on apply. And it's going to tell you that won't take effect until you restart SQL services. We already talked about that. The listen on all ports by default is set to yes. Don't change that. You will have problems. SQL will not communicate, so don't change that. Next, we're going to go to the tab up top that says IP addresses and make a couple of configuration changes there. And the first thing we're going to take a look at is our top one, which is called, I think, IP1. And take a look at those settings. We have to make sure that it's enabled, which it is, and active, which it is. So you see right here, active is yes. Oh, it's not enabled. So let's click on yes. Definitely got to have it enabled. Sorry, I was talking away and realized that I wasn't actually recording. So let's do a review of what I finally ended up with. I noticed that the top one was actually my IPv6 on the adapter. And so I reverted it back to what it was for the IPv6 address. I just said enabled no. And on IP2 was my actual IPv4 address. And I said enabled yes. And then I think the next two are the loopbacks. And so I said yes. Okay. Enable on those and active. So we can listen on all those different interfaces. The main thing is to make sure, and same thing with the last one, make sure that for the TCP dynamic port, none of them have any value whatsoever. The default value is 0, and if you have 0 or any other number in there, it's going to be listening on a dynamic port instead of the static port of 1433, and that will cause SQL to fail to listen on that port. You don't want any dynamic ports assigned on any of these. And so I already hit apply. The main one is to make sure none of them have dynamic ports. Make sure that for sure the one that has your actual IPv4 address is active and enabled, and the bottom one, especially IP AII, does not have a dynamic port, and make sure that the port numbers are correct, 1433 on all of them, and then hit it, apply, and OK. And that's it for the IP addresses. Named pipes should remain disabled. We don't want to use that. So now we're going to go back to services and restart all the SQL services, starting with the instance of the actual SQL Server, which will restart the agent as well. And then do the browser. I don't think that really matters, but just to make sure, so that those settings take effect. I'll do this one too. I don't know what that one is for. It's not for anything we're concerned with, I'm pretty sure. And the volume shadow service, that's just for backups. It doesn't really matter, but what the heck? Let's just do it anyways. All right. Now we're just going to do a few validation tests on connectivity for SQL, and that's it. I mean, no more configuration. The next section will be actually doing the prerequisite checker for the installation of MECM and resolving any issues and doing the actual installation of our first primary site server. All right, so the first two commands can be run from either PowerShell or command line. It doesn't matter. Testing, communications via a command line to the SQL Server with this command. Looks good. If you get anything to return, that means it's waiting for input and it was good to go. It could communicate with the SQL Server, but I'm not going to enter any commands other than quit. So I can go back to a command line. Next, we're going to test that we have the ability to write to Active Directory from SQL. And this is a common network test that we run in Active Directory for all sorts of troubleshooting to make sure you can communicate. The only thing to say about this test, or I'm sorry, about this command is that you're going to have to change this to your Active Directory domain, whatever your Active Directory domain is. Go to your command line, run it. And if you get your output, you're probably pretty good. Just verify, you know, which domain controller it's communicating with and the domain name, and that's pretty much it. We know that it communicates with Active Directory, so that's the Active Directory test part of it. And then the last one isn't actually PowerShell or command line driven. It's in SQL itself. Just to make sure in SQL, we can communicate with the instance. So we're going to go back to SQL Server Management Studio. We'll start a new query. We'll type that guy in there and we will execute, and boom, it gave us the output and it told us the version of SQL Server that we're running. So we know that we can communicate with SQL Server and Active Directory. As best as we can tell, everything's working with communications with SQL. We're good to go to move on to doing the steps to install the first primary site as a standalone. But before we do that, we're going to do a prerequisite check and a couple of other things. So that's our next module, and let's jump right into it. So now we'll be getting into the prerequisite checker. You always want to do this before you start your installation. It's a final check on all the roles and features installed that you'll need to install MECM. Now, MECM will likely install most of those features and roles if you don't have them installed, but we prefer to install them ourselves just to make sure, which is what we went through. A few notes on this. We're running this check ahead of time to identify any potential issues before we actually install MECM, so we can remediate if necessary. The other thing is the current branch that they have released is 2403 for download anyways. In the trial version, unless you have an actual subscription, you might be plug it to the most updated version, which I think is 2505, and Windows Server 25 requires version 2309 to be supported and probably compatible. But that's the only version I could get my hands on. And the tool comes as part of the installer package, and we'll see how to run that in just a minute. But as part of the installer, when we run the installer, as long as we can get the installer to get to a certain point, it will attempt to download the most recent updates. It doesn't guarantee to go to the latest update, but we're going to give it a shot. And if we run into troubles, I'm going to have to just try to get my hands on more updated media, at least 2309. But the current branch is actually 2403. I'm sorry. The current branch is release branch is 2403, and 2409 is the supported version for MECM with Windows Server 2025. But they're up to 2505 with the updates when you update it in the console. So the prerequisite checker is part of that, and it might have an outdated prerequisite checker, and it might have a lot of false positives in it, and they don't update that prerequisite checker very often, so it's very common to find false positives. So what we do is we run the prerequisite checker, we look at each warning or error that it identifies, and we try to see if it's really an issue or not, and if it is, remediate. But then when we're satisfied with doing the best job we can at getting the environment in its best ready state, we actually run the MECM installation wizard. And the wizard, after you get through entering all the configuration that you want to set up, all the options, it'll actually do a prerequisite check again automatically before it installs, and that usually gives you a lot less warnings and errors. But we'll see how it goes. So this module, this section of the video, we're just gonna do the prerequisite check manually, and then the next module we'll be doing the installer for MECM for our first primary site as a standalone site. So in order to launch the prerequisite check tool manually, you have to go to the folder which contains all of the installation media that MECM uses. And now, depending on whether that is where you stored that file, it's always in the same folder location, though, which you're going to find underneath your installation media location, underneath right here, SMS setup bin x64. That's where you're going to find all the stuff that MECM uses to install MECM, other than some of the prereqs. That's in a different folder. But actually the installers themselves are in this folder. And then inside that folder is a file called prereq chk, standing for prereq check.exe. Now, supposedly you can launch that manually as an executable. I've never had luck with it, so we're actually going to launch it from a command line, because when you launch it from a command line, you have switches and options of which mode you want to install it in. or I'll run it in. I'm actually going to create a shortcut on my desktop for this folder because I'm going to be coming back here from time to time to get different things. So I'm going to do that right now. The executable for the actual installer, because I had to download it not as a CD, it's not going to do the auto run stuff. At least I don't think it will. So I'm going to send that shortcut to my desktop. And I'm going to do one thing before I actually run that prerequisite checker. I'm going to run the CM trace. Now that's a log tool specifically for MECM. It's very, very nice. You'll see when we launch it, when we look at the log files, how nice it is. It's line by line. It highlights in yellow the warnings and word wraps, and highlights in yellow the warnings, and in red the errors. You can do an error lookup. It gives you the details down at the bottom. It's a really nice tool. But each user that wants to use that tool has to install it in their own profile. So that also is in the installation media, but a different location. So I remember correctly, it's underneath SMS setup and tools. There's a bunch of tools in here that we're not going to talk about in this video, but I'll do them in future videos. I'll go over them. And it's called CM Trace. So all you have to do is double click on that tool, and it asks you, do you want to make this program the default viewer for log files? Well, we're on the MECM server, of course. There's a ton of log files. I'm going to do a whole separate video just on log files and evaluating them and troubleshooting them. So I'm going to hit yes. Okay. But when you open your first log file, it's going to ask you if you want to open it with a configuration manager, and you say always. And then from then on, all your log files with the .log extension will open with config manager trace log tool. So you get a preview of all sorts of tools in there. We're not going to talk about it, I don't think, but there is the configuration manager console tool somewhere in the SMS setup. It might be in the bin x64 folder, because I don't see it here, but I'm not going to hunt for it now. I'll do that in a different video. During the installation wizard, it'll ask you to automatically install the console on this machine, and that's what we're going to do. So what we have to do to launch a prerequisite checker is to go to PowerShell or command line, but I'm going to do it from PowerShell, and go to that x64, copy that folder, and change to that directory so that we can, oh, you know what, I probably need quotes. There we go. That looks better. So that we can launch the prerequisite checker from a command line. And then we're simply just going to launch the file that we talked about earlier with the switch local. And what that switch does is it runs every available test, both for site systems and all the roles. Now, it's a little exhaustive because we might not be installing, for instance, the WSUS role on this server, and you might get a little more false positives because maybe we didn't install the prereqs for that or the other roles, but we can just ignore those. And so what will happen when we launch this is it'll bring up a dialog box user interface within maybe 30 seconds or so. It'll start running through all the tests, and we just have to wait for the test to complete to be able to click on each result and see the details down below. So let's go ahead and launch this. And so you'll see this. Oh, the checker came up right away. So I'm going to pause until all the checks run, and then we'll see what it comes up with. Now, this is an older version, 2403. I wanted to run the 2409. I do have the 2409 downloaded, but it was a tech preview release, and it doesn't actually run the wizard installer, but it does the prereq checker. So if this one doesn't work so well, maybe we'll run the 2409 version of it. When I try to run the wizard for the installer on the 2409 on the tech preview, it says this is expired. It doesn't let me use it. You know what? That ran way too quickly. Maybe it just did a better job with my prereqs this time. I'm going to rerun the 2409 version and see if it comes up with more warnings or errors. Because at this point, this prereq checker might not be checking for everything that it needs for 2409 and Server 2025. So I'm actually going to cancel this. But before we do that, what I want to show you is there's a log file created, and that log file is at the root of the operating system drive, which is almost always a C drive. And we're going to open that with config manager trace log tool always. And we're just going to look towards the bottom. I don't see anything highlighted yet. There we go. There's some warnings and errors right there. And when you click on it, it says error failed to determine the state of IS, bit exists, and blah, blah, blah. But I don't trust this version of the checker, so I'm going to rerun it. But it's a very nice tool. What you do is you click on any error or info or warning, and down below it'll give you the specific details, and you can look those up. So let's close this out, and I'm going to go to a different location and run it again. So give me just 1 second. And by the way, if you're in a virtual environment and this is a virtual machine, it's good practice at each major step of configuration to take a snapshot so that you can revert to that snapshot without having to do a whole lot of undoing and troubleshooting. So this, I know this is hard to see, but on my MECM server, I have a snapshot for the fresh install and domain join, then the prereqs and SQL install, then SQL configs, and that will be it until I do my install, so I can revert to any one of those. Now, when you actually go to the install, and you run into an issue, if you revert to an earlier checkpoint, you may have to go to the system management container in Active Directory and do a little cleanup on that and a little cleanup on DNS, once it gets to the point that where it actually starts modifying DNS. Once you start that wizard, it starts modifying DNS, and possibly, depending on how far you get in the wizard, if it fails, maybe the system management container too. That's the only other thing you'd have to do if you revert to a snapshot, a checkpoint. Other than that, if it didn't do any of that kind of stuff, then heck, you have a lot of problems. Just revert to an earlier checkpoint. So without further ado, let me start this virtual machine back up. And when it's back up and running, we will run the newer version of the prerequisite checker. See you in just a second. So now I am in a directory that has the updated version 2409 with the newer version of the prerequisite checker. Another note, I deleted the log files from the C drive so I don't have the old stuff in there. I want a fresh log file before I run this. Otherwise, I'm going to have to keep track of the timestamps, and there's going to be a lot of extraneous stuff in there. So you might want to do that if you rerun the prereq check before you rerun it again. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's run. And we'll be back in just a minute. So, I only see warnings. That's pretty good. I don't see any errors. Let's look through these. WSUS on site server. Of course, I'm not going to install WSUS on the site server. I can disregard this altogether. SQL native client version. Don't care about that one because it's not available for download. Again, the logic in this prerequisite checker is a little outdated. You're going to get some false positives. That's going to be installed during the installation automatically. So we can ignore that one. SQL Server security mode. This one always pops up. I think that's another outdated logic. We can check that real quick. I can show you that it's in native mode. And you saw that when we installed it. When we go into SQL Server Management Studio and go to the properties of the instance, and then we go to the security option, we can plainly see that it says security authentication is Windows authentication mode. It is not SQL Server and Windows, which is called mixed mode. So this whole thing down here where it says the SQL Server name specified is configured for SQL authentication security, false positive. It is not. We can disregard that message too. Then we go to the next one, configuration for SQL Server memory usage. The SQL Server is configured for unlimited memory usage. You should configure SQL Server memory to have a maximum limit. And maybe I'll check on that one real quick. Maybe we forgot a configuration. So going to the properties of the instance again, this time we're going to memory, and we're checking out the maximum memory. And yeah, it's at the default limit, which means SQL Server can consume as much of the memory available to the system as possible. That's not good. That's one more thing we have to put on our list to do. And so I have put 16 gigabytes of RAM memory on this virtual machine. And the recommendation is for the to leave for both the operating system in MECM between 4 and 8 gigabytes outside of SQL. So I'm going to put this at 10 gigabytes, which in megabytes would be 10 to 40. No, hold on. And click on OK. Now, to be safe, we're going to once again, we're going to do two things. We're going to go to Services and restart the SQL database service. And it'll restart the agent as well, just to be sure. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do also is I'm going to rerun this and see if that error goes away before I move on. And before I rerun it, I'm going to go back to that C drive and get, I don't know, when it pops up, get rid of the old log files. So I have clean log files. And then I'm simply going to rerun it and we'll check back and go through the remaining, make sure that warning goes away and go through the remainder of the warnings. So that maximum memory went away and now it's telling me one about the minimum memory. I thought I set that, but we'll go back in and do the same thing. We'll go here, properties. Well, let me show you the message. I'm sorry. The message is saying that, and that we spoke about this, Configuration Manager requires a minimum of 8 gigabytes. We spoke about this earlier. We knew about this, but I thought I'd set that, but it might have been wiped out with some other configuration scripts that I ran. And maybe that's why I set that in the initial wizard, I think. So we'll go back here and we'll set the minimum on the memory for the instance, which is 8192 in megabytes. Well, you know what? I'm going to just say, yeah, that should work. Sometimes rounding doesn't quite work. And then, of course, go back, restart services. Close out the wizard. Where is it? Did I already close it out? Guess I did. So that I can delete that log file. Those log files. But it's just looking at the top one. And start the wizard again. And we just keep repeating this process until we get all the errors down to, or warnings or errors down to an acceptable dismissal or acceptable state before we run the wizard. So let's do that. And I probably won't bother you with all of these, but I just wanted to show you a couple of common ones. We'll probably just proceed when I'm in a happy state, when I'm done troubleshooting the rest of the warnings. Actually, I do want to show you one thing that's very common with Server 2025, and I missed this before. None of the scripts ever that I auto-generate detect this. Underneath the roles for IIS, if you on the roles page underneath the subcategories, you've got to go to let me point this out to you. Hold on. To the one that says management tools. And then underneath management tools, there will be, you have to expand that to get to the IS6 management compatibility tools. Now it did install one of them that was required, but what it didn't install was the IS6 WMI compatibility, and that's a very common thing. So I did want to show you this specific error. I'm going to have to click on this and install that and then go through all my tests again. So I'll be back in just a second. And by the way, that was underneath, it was kind of hidden. It was underneath the bits section. I don't know if I don't think it's still up there. It's underneath bits, but it said either bits isn't installed, which it was, or one of its components, and it listed all the components. And I saw that it's one of the components and realized that, yeah, I've seen this before. So that's how I realized that. So now I've got it down to one that I can dismiss altogether because I'm not going to install that role, and two that are false positives. So I am good to go. I'm going to hit OK on this. And I'm going to close this. And that's going to wrap up the prerequisite checker. The next module will be on actually the installation of MECM as the first primary site in a standalone configuration. This module will finally be setting up our first MECM primary site as a standalone primary site. Before we can start the installation wizard for MECM, we have to perform a crucial final configuration change on the SQL Server 2022. It must be performed prior to the installation, else the wizard will fail during the SQL build phase, and you're going to have to revert the installation and start all over again, and that can be very painful with quite a few steps involved. So what's happening is when you initially install SQL Server 2022, its mode defaults to what is called native mode, and it has a compatibility level of 160. Microsoft explicitly says this is not supported for Configuration Manager, MECM. So our very first step is to change the mode from 160 to mode 150, which is supported by Microsoft for MECM. And then we have to restart the SQL services. That's the crucial step. Alas, we'll finally be ready to install MECM. So let's perform that SQL query and validate that it changed, and then we'll get started on the installation wizard. So I'm back in SQL Server Management Studio at the top level of my instance, and I've already ran a query on the compatibility level, and you can see down below it clearly says that my compatibility level is 160, and that's not going to work. The wizard would fail at this point during the SQL build of the tables and will not let you continue. So we have to change that. So the query above, the SQL query above is going to change that. So we're going to run through that query. It's a very simple query. Let's go ahead and do that. Now, an important side note, this does not forbid future databases from being installed as compatibility mode, as level 160. It just sets the default level to 150 so that when MECM goes to install the database, it will default to 150 instead of 160. But it doesn't matter anyway. It's because you shouldn't be hosting any other databases other than the SQL Server Reporting Services database. This is a database. This is a version of SQL, an instance of SQL that's dedicated to MECM only in the reporting services. Nothing else should be installed in this. So the top half of the query that we're going to run is going to set it to mode, compatibility level mode of 150. And so I'm going to highlight that first and go ahead and execute. And down below it says completed successfully. Okay, now I want to confirm that it actually did change. So I'm going to run the bottom part and confirm that it changed from 160 to 150. And boom, we can see down below that our compatibility level now says 150, which is required for the MECM install. We're almost good to go. All we have to do now is go into our services and restart the Microsoft SQL service and the agent. And just for extra safety, I'm going to restart the other ones, the browser and the CEIP, just to make sure. I don't think you have to do that, but we're going to be extra safe and do it anyways. And the VSS writer. Those are probably not required. I'm fairly certain they're not, but I'm going to do it anyways, just so that they're not hung up on preventing the install from working. Okay, and that's all that we should have to do to make sure that the SQL part of the installation, when we go through the installation wizard, doesn't fail and that it continues. All right. Another important note is that you have to use the full installation base media. You can't be using an updated version from a backup or some copy that doesn't contain the complete installation media. I downloaded the latest branch that Microsoft offers as an evaluation, and that's version 2403. And 2403 is not compatible, but during the wizard, we will actually download the updated files. You'll see that, and it should work. If not, I'll see if I can get a more updated version as a baseline. But Microsoft, I think that's their current baseline version, and the rest are updates past that point. So I don't even think they offer that. So we're going to have to go in there to find where the installation setup is. So this is what it looks like on a baseline package for installation. Everything's going to be in the SMS setup folder. And when you double click on that, you're going to see all of these folders. So if you see those, you're pretty much guaranteed you've got the baseline version. And then this is where we're going to go. We're going to go to bin and then x64. And if you see all this stuff in there, this is where all the setup stuff is. Okay. Except for the prerequisite installers, which we're going to download through the wizard anyways. Let's do that in a second. They're in a different folder, but you don't need to know where that folder is because we're going to specify a folder to download them, and it'll automatically put it in the right folder in the baseline directory. So we don't have to worry about that. So just going to highlight the location, SMS setup, bin x64. If you do a few installations of stuff, this is going to be pretty familiar to you. And the file we are looking for is called setup.exe. That's going to launch our installation wizard. So we're going to double click on that to begin the installation wizard. And the very first step is just information. I'll click on next. And we're going to leave this page at the default. Install a configuration manager primary site. We are not going to say, click on the radio button, use a typical installation, because if we do that, it's not going to let us choose that SQL database that has a higher performance, and we spent all our time and effort making sure we set up correctly. And you're going to have a failed installation on top of it, and you're not going to be able to change the installation path to the D drive like we want to, all that kind of stuff. Do not select use typical installation, because it's going to do all the choices for you, and it's not going to work. Not in SQL Server 2022 and Windows Server 2025. And you're going to have on top of that a very weak database that's not suitable for production environments. So we're just going to leave that the way it is, and we're going to click on next. Then we're just going to enter our product key. You should be able to change this later anyways. If you just did the evaluation edition, not a huge showstopper if you forgot it. But you should enter it at this point. It's easiest. And we'll click on next. And then we have to accept all the license agreements. Otherwise, the next button will be grayed out and we can't continue. Next. It's worth mentioning that the current branch that Microsoft has as their download is 2403, and that is not compatible with either SQL Server 2022 or Windows Server 2025, and that's MECM. So this step, what we're really saying here, it is download the updated files so we can get those files, so it will be supported. And so we're going to, on this part right here, select download required files, and we're going to specify the path. And so we're going to have a folder on the data drive to download those updated prerequisite files and installation files, and specify that path, browse to it for the installation wizard to get the most updated files. And that's what we're doing here. And it will use those updated files. So we'll click on browse. I always create the folder ahead of time. You can probably create it through the wizard, but I always create it ahead of time on my D drive, my data drive. I have a folder called MECM downloads. I hit OK. And when I click next, there's typically, I think, 52 files. Takes a little while. And it usually pauses on the last file for a few seconds. Don't be surprised, because that's the behavior. So we'll let this rip, and we'll be back in just a second. So when the download's complete, it automatically advances to the next page, and the next two pages are actually just selecting your language files, which defaults to English, and that's my language that I need to install. So I'm just going to click next on both of those. Now we're building the primary site identifying information. So we need to enter the site code, and you should have already put careful consideration into what you want your site code to be. It's limited to 3 characters, so it identifies what that site is going to serve in your organization, and that's going to be the site code that when you push the client to the MECM client software, 2 devices, that they're going to belong to that site. So, and client devices can only belong to one site at a time. So in my case, I'm just going to say lab. I'm going to just go ahead and do that, but put careful thought into that because you can't change it after the fact. And especially if you possibly are going to grow and maybe grow beyond the limits of one primary site in the future, you might want to consider the segment of your organization that this is going to serve. And then we've got the site name. Now this is the friendly name. It will appear if clients go to the software center or something like that. It's just to identify again with a friendly name, and that is not bound to the 3-character limit like the site code is. So you just put something friendly in there to identify what this site is serving for the client devices or that part of the organization. So I'm just going to do this. All right. And then we get to the installation folder, and this is important. The location of the installation folder. There are certain content folders outside of like your distribution point that are not changeable, that MECM uses on the back end of things, and they will fill up over time. Your log files, some other download files that MECM uses, update files, those kind of things, content that it uses. Do not put this on your operating system drive. Not only will you likely run out of space, but for performance reasons too, with page files and disk IO and all that kind of stuff. Do not put this on your system drive. I've had a lot of customers who did deployments themselves and then call me and say, "Hey, SCCM is crashing," and I look at their C drive where their operating system is, and I'm like, "Oh, if you can't expand that drive, we're doing a whole brand new emergency recovery or migration to get your environment back in order." So do not put it on your C drive. There's not enough space or performance typically. You don't want to run into that nightmare. And so I just changed the drive letter with my data drive, or at least one of my data drives that has plenty of space. That's for the installation of the program itself. And the last thing is leave the checkbox for install the configuration manager console. You need a way to manage your environment. You can always install after the fact, but it's harder to do. When you install your primary site, is some other tasks you're going to have to do. You're going to have to get into your primary site, and you need the console. So leave that the way it is. And now we're ready to click next. We are not joining a CAS site, we're going to select install this as a standalone. We talked about that a lot. You can always, if your organization grows to or you need a CAS, you can join it later. And that's what this next screen is telling us. We just hit yes on that. And now it wants to say, okay, where is the instance of SQL Server that's going to host your database? Because I'm going to create a database on it. And so the first part is, where is the server? What's the server name? And it does have to be the fully qualified domain name. You can't just say, oh, it's MECM. No, it has to be the fully qualified domain name. It's the same server, so it automatically populates. For the default instance, you leave it blank. We use the default instance. If you try to put something in there, it's going to fail. If you have a named instance, then you have to put your named instance in there, and you can look up how to do that, how to find your named instance if you don't know what your name is. And on the database name, it's going to create this as a database name. Leave it at default. If you change the name to not match the site code, it's going to be confusing as heck. Do not change that. And then the port number. We left the default of 1433 that SQL uses. So we're going to have to change that to 1433. And click on next. Now, within a matter of a couple of seconds, 2 to 3 seconds, if communications with SQL are working, it should advance to the next step. If it doesn't, if it goes beyond that, it's going to fail. And then you're going to have to do some troubleshooting with what's going on. Why can't it communicate with SQL, the SQL database, especially if you didn't host it on the same server. So all that stuff we did with the configuration of SQL Server in the previous modules of this video, make sure you didn't miss a step on that. But let's click next and see what happens. Boom, happened instantaneously. Good. It's communicating with the SQL Server. That's a good sign. Now it's asking for the database location and the logs location. It's picking it up from when we previously configured SQL, but not everybody does that. You could possibly change that, but we already configured it in SQL, so it's automatically picking it up. I would not recommend changing that. Just go through the steps we went through in our SQL section, our SQL module of this video. It'll automatically pick up the locations for that data. Click next. And then it's asking for the server where the SMS provider to communicate with the site database is located. Now, again, because we are co-locating the database on the primary site server, we're going to install the SMS provider on the same server. So we're just going to click next. We're not going to change that. So if you read up top, it says configuration manager site system roles can accept either eHTTP or HTTPS communication from the client devices. So the default selection is all site system roles accept only HTTPS communications from clients, but there's a note. If you choose the default, HTTPS communication requires client computers to have a valid PKI certificate. So you have to have a PKI certificate authority somewhere that's issuing certificates for this to work. Otherwise, client communication will fail, and MECM, no matter how you configure it, will be useless because you can't do anything with it. We are not going to choose that. Instead, we're going to choose a second option that says configure the communication method on each site system. because if we leave it at the default, we have no choice on the site systems. If it doesn't work, it's just not going to work. So we'll go ahead and click on communicate or configure the communication method on each site system, which allows us to choose, you know, how we're going to configure the client communication, whether it's going to be eHTTP or HTTPS. And then we're also going to click on this box that says clients will use HTTPS as the first method when they have a valid PKI certificate, and HTTPS enabled, which is eHTTP, and enabled site roles are available for an option if they don't have a certificate. So basically, it'll fall back to eHTTP if there's a certificate problem. So we're going to leave it at that and click next. Now you have by default the option to install during the wizard the role of a management point and a distribution point. In our scenario, we've got enough space for the distribution point. I always recommend installing the management point, but you don't have to install either one of those. You could just have it function as your primary site server and database server, and install those roles on other servers. But that's not the scenario we're running through in this video. So I'm going to leave it as that, but just know that you could change that and install those roles on other computers. You might want to do a different distribution point. That's the only one that you might want to say, well, I don't have enough space on my primary site server or enough resources for processing and disk IO and memory and all that kind of stuff, and say, well, I'm going to deselect distribution point. But in my case, I'm going to leave them both enabled. You have to select a communication protocol. The nice thing about doing it this way is it automatically sets these up for you with most of the configuration. I don't have a PKI infrastructure. I can always change this later if I deploy one. That's a nice thing about the previous step. We can change it as we will. So for both of these, I'm going to select eHTTP and click on next. And I never read any of this, and I never will. I don't care. This next section is confusing to most customers. It makes it sound like in order to get the updates for MECM, you have to enable this section. No, this is just saying if you want to use the cloud to deliver updates as a cloud delivery service for any of the cloud features, do you want to enable this? Now, this can always be enabled later, and we're not doing, I'll do a whole separate video on that. That's not the intention of this video. You know, things such as co-management, cloud attach, cloud management gateway, cloud distribution, all that kind of stuff, whole separate topic. So I am going to minimize the risk of any failures and additional setup. And I'm going to say, skip this for now. And we will click on next. And then it's just giving you a summary. Review the summary, make sure everything's right. You can go all the way back to the wizard and change anything you want if you need to at this point. Validate. You set all the right settings the way you want them. When you're happy, click next. It'll go through I know we did a separate section on the prerequisite checks ahead of time, but it's going to force you through another basic prerequisite check just to make sure, hey, you don't have this, it's going to fail, or hey, you're okay to proceed to install. And so we'll click on next, and we'll let that rip, and we'll be back in just a second. And it didn't find any errors. It only found the two warnings that we were already aware of, that we identified as false positives. The very last step here is to click on begin install, and it's going to go through all the steps of the installation. And when we click on that, we'll pause the video and we'll come back. If there's any points of failure, we're going to have to troubleshoot those. If it's a critical failure, the setup wizard will fail altogether, and it will not let you go back. You're going to have to scrap the installation, revert some things, and start all over again with the installation wizard, which is not ideal, but it happens. So this is the point of no return. And we're going to click on that. And when we click on that, we will pause, and then we'll come back with the status and see what happens. Either it's like, yay, that's fully installed. We got our site up and running, and what do we have additionally to configure? Or sorry, no, we had a failure. We got to troubleshoot and start all over again. Or possibly it's going to allow us to retry if it's not a critical failure. So let's go ahead and click on begin install, and we'll be back after it progresses to one of those 2 points. Well, I finally got it to complete the installation successfully, but not without a few retries and a lot of failures and a lot of troubleshooting. If we go down through the list of steps, we can see that all of these steps were successful. There's no errors in any of the steps, so it looks like a good installation. What happens is, one of the component installers, when you go to do a Google search to download it, the only thing they have is the current versions, and those have a known issue for the ODBC driver. That's what I'm talking about. The version 18 does not work. And so I looked through the log files, the configuration manager setup log files, and I did a little bit of research on Google and found out that the ODBC driver 18 for SQL Server might be the issue. And then I came up with this article right here. And it says right here in the article, I think it's right here. Yeah, it tells you the cause, but the workaround in this section right here says to downgrade to an earlier version, because the updates caused this issue that I was seeing. The problem is, I didn't want to go through a couple more trials to figure out which version I should downgrade to that would work with this, until I noticed that version 2503 and later include this in the redistributable content. And we're going to talk about that in just a second. So another thing I did is I actually got my hands on the base install, or the full version of 2509. So I knew I needed that version 18.4.1.1, which is actually several versions ago for this to work, potentially work. But there's another way to do this based on what it's telling us right here. There's something called the download manager, and it downloads the prereqs. And apparently the ODBC driver in 2503 and beyond, if you have the installation media, you can it will download the correct ODBC driver for the installation if you use the DL manager downloader. And we'll show you that right now. So I'm going to close this out, the configuration wizard. We'll check on the components later on. But we're going to go to our favorite place. In the installer media, SMS setup, bin x64. And what we're looking for this time is a file called, not setup.exe, but a couple below it, setupdl.exe, which stands for setup downloader.exe. And we can manually launch that to download all the prerequisites for any installation on the server. And you can copy those to other servers if you wanted to. If you add site servers, as long as it's the right media, right base version. And so we will launch that. And all it says is, where do you want to download the prerequisite and updated files to? So you browse to it, find your folder, and for the installers, this is where I put it, and downloads, and hit OK. And then you click on download, and it's going to download them. So I've already done that. So let's see what that looks like. So I knew I was looking for the ODBC driver setup. And so I just started bouncing around and looking for it. And I've installed it before by name, so I knew it was this one. The MSOL DBC SQL.msi, an MSI file. And that's the version I needed. So I had to uninstall the newer version and downgrade to this version. And once I did that and use a 2509 media, which is natively supported 2509 media for setting up MECM, and downgraded the ODBC driver, it went through. Any issues I had with SQL, it just ignored, basically. They weren't important, because the errors I was getting is that it couldn't write null values to the SQL table. Well, if they're null, what do you care about? But it was causing an issue, a bug, and it made my wizard fail every single time, and I had to revert, uninstall, restart the Microsoft SQL Server services, and undo a couple of other things and keep retrying. And so it was a combination of those two things. So next, we'll just take a quick peek at the administration console and the components that got installed, and just kind of validate the install a little bit, and we'll wrap up this video. By the way, before we get into the next step, you can run this tool before you run the wizard. You don't have to run it during the wizard. During the setup of the prerequisite stage, and you're going to have the .NET client, your ODBC client, and some other prereqs in there. You're guaranteed to find the right version so that you're not troubleshooting an issue based upon a version of a component that you need to install. So we see that the management console for administration of MECM is up and running. That's a great sign. And I will create a follow-up video on the additional tests that you need to do to have a basic configuration in place. And each one of the components will have their own follow-up video, own dedicated video, because it's they're worthy of spending the time on investigating and diving deep into what's involved in each one of those tasks. Some of the roles are pretty involved. But before we do the overview on the additional tests, the follow-up tests that you need to consider for finalizing your initial configuration of your primary site, there's some additional software that we need to install to be able to be ready for that point. So the first one is reporting services, SQL Server reporting services. It's in addition to SQL Server itself. Now you typically install on the same instance of SQL, but it's a separate database, and you have to install that add-in, basically is what it is, and its own database. So we're going to launch Visual Studio, because that's where it comes from now. Visual Studio 22 comes as part of that. We'll launch that application. And it says it's already downloaded and installed. It's probably somewhere in my start menu, but I always launch it from there. And we saw this before when we went to launch the Management Studio itself. Now we're going to just add in the reporting services. So what we want to do is go to SQL Server Management Studio and click on Modify on the right-hand side. And then we're going to get some more options. We're going to go to Individual Components tab up top and click on that. And then underneath Business Intelligence, you're going to see SQL Server Reporting Services. And that's what we need to install. So we're going to go ahead and click on that. And what you'll see on the right-hand side, again, is that you have that selected to install. And we need to go to make a choice down here. Which way we want to do it. Do we want to install while downloading, or download and then install? And then all we have to do is click on Modify to install SQL Server Reporting Services, SSRS. So we'll go ahead and do that. And let it rip. And you'll get a notification that installed on the progress bar, and it'll just automatically close out afterwards, and then it will close this. And the reason we install SSRS is so that we have that component available for reporting, the reporting services role inside of a reporting services point, I should say, role inside of MECM. But again, that's a role that I'll have a separate video on that's a little bit involved with that. So keep an eye out for that video. But that's all there is to the installer that's a prereq for that role. One of the toughest things to do in MECM manually is to install driver packages and create those packages and configure those packages. So typically we're going to use a third-party add-on for MECM to accomplish that, to make it really easy for us. It creates a package. It downloads the package for the model, downloads the drivers for that model and creates a package. And Dell is one of the most popular manufacturers, and they have a really nice add-on for that. And it plugs in right into MECM, so we're going to install that next. Again, the hyperlinks for the downloads are in my description on this video. So that includes the download for what they call the Dell Command Integration Suite for System Center. And we're going to double click on that. And the whole purpose of downloading drivers in the first place is to have them available for software deployments, operating system deployments, those kind of things inside of MECM. I will have another video on task sequences, and we will walk through an operating system deployment task sequence, and you'll see in that video that one of the steps is to install drivers for deploying an operating system. So you have to have those drivers available already in MECM, and this is going to facilitate that. So we'll leave it at the default, install software updates on this PC, recommended, and continue. And wait for a second, see what it does. And just click on next, accept, next. Anyone that uses this computer, because they're going to have a lot of different admins probably connecting to this console, complete installation and install. And wait for it to install. Should be pretty quick. And then it just has a finish button. That's it. You just click on the finish button and wait for it to close out. And it closes again. And for good measure, we're going to close out the console. If you do a Google search for the Dell Command Integration Suite for Microsoft System Center, you're going to find an article on the additional steps for the installation that you need to perform. There's one in particular that I'm thinking about, and it's listed right here on the note for MECM. There's something in the hierarchy configuration that you've got to configure, and you want to pay attention to these notes to make sure that you walk through those steps. So we'll take a quick read on this and perform that before we launch the console. A couple of important things to notice here is that you must be running at least base line installation of MECM 2403. And this is a necessary step. No, it says you must disable the hierarchy approved console extension setting. To enable or disable these extensions and your hierarchy approved console extensions, go to this link. That link doesn't work. So I'm going to show you how to do it. So we're going to have to configure that in the console, the Configuration Manager console, and then close the console, reopen it, and give it a test to make sure it works. So let's open the console. We're going to go to Administration. Then we're going to go to Site Configuration. And expand that. Then we're going to go to Sites. And click on Sites. And then we're going to go to Hierarchy Settings and click on that. And on the General tab, which we are defaulted to right up here on top, you're going to see a setting towards the bottom that's enabled by default that says only allow console extensions that are approved for the hierarchy. In order for this plugin to work, you have to uncheck that to allow third-party plugins to work. Click on Apply. Okay. Close out that. And then we will reopen the console and check to see if the plugin works. So let's open the console. And again, we're going to go through this whole process in a separate video, but we're just checking that it works at this point. And inside the console, we're going to go to Software Library. And then inside of Software Library, we're going to go to Operating Systems. And then underneath Operating Systems, we're going to go to Driver Packages. Click on that. And then what you're going to see is a plugin button up here on the top that says Del Command System Driver Library Import. And that's what we want to click on and go through the wizard. So let's just click on it and test it and see if it works. And it will walk us through a wizard. And I don't have a proxy, so I'm just going to click on Next. And it's telling us that it imported their library of drivers. And it's really easy. All you're going to do is make your selection. Okay, I want a driver for, let's say, Windows 11, wherever the heck that is, x64. Limit it to that. And then it goes away. All right. This is always the confusing part on this. You have to kind of click away and click back. And then the product line is, let's say we have a latitude. Click on that. I don't know why it always does that. And then what I typically do is I will filter, and let's say you can either search by your operating system or filter for the operating system. So if you said Windows 11 64 latitude and then clicked on filter, and the filter button is just right over here, which I already clicked on. It's going to filter only for Windows 11 64-bit drivers for latitude. And then you can just scroll through the list, find the model that you want. You can sort through the list and say, okay, I want the 3101. And then just click on next. And it'll walk you through. It says, what's your distribution point? We haven't set it up yet, really. And then just walk through the rest of the wizard. But again, we'll go through this whole process in another video. We see that the plugin works, and we see how it functions. And that's all we wanted to do at this part of the video, because this is a video on installation. We'll cover more advanced topics in other videos. So it works. And the last one that we'll add is HP's version, which is very similar of a driver download. It's called the HP Manageability Integration Kit for Microsoft System Center Configuration Manager. And again, I've got that hyperlink listed on my website. I'm sorry, in the description. And so I downloaded that plugin. Let's go through that installation. Next, accept, next, and just let it rip. And clicking next, and install. And now it should install with the console closed. And then we'll open the console and verify that it's there. So we're going to see a few buttons up here. I always click on this one right here, download. Once we're in the operating system and driver packages, download and import driver packs. And it's going to be a wizard very similar to what we saw with a Dell package deployment toolkit. A little different. You know, you still have to select your operating system. We'll say it's 25H2 Windows 11, 64-bit. And you can either select through the list here again, or search for the product name. It's a little easier actually, and go through the wizard, and it'll download the drivers for you, and the driver package actually. And then you'll see them listed in the driver package. And when you go to do a task sequence, it's like when you download the Dell driver package. So it creates the whole package for you, whether you're using the Dell or HP. You don't have to download the driver yourself, find the right drivers to create into a package for that system, find all the drivers. Because if you're going to do it manually, that's what you'd have to do. You'd have to create a driver package, but you'd have to find all the drivers that are right for each system that you want to deploy, download the correct drivers, and hope that you download the correct drivers, and then combine all those drivers into a driver package to deploy for your operating systems. It's a real pain in the butt. That's why these tools exist. And you just go. So to finish this up, you just go through the wizard. And, you know, again, we're going to have an operating system deployment video. So we're not going to go through this whole thing. But the plugin does work, and that's the whole intention of the installation video, to make sure that this works. So we're good on that. And that's all there is to the installing of everything to get your MEC environment up and running. Anything for a base install anyways. Like I said, in future videos, we'll take a look at how to install additional roles for MECM, configure those roles. But next, we're going to wrap up by talking about the additional base configuration settings that you need to take a look at and make sure are in place to finalize the configurations for MECM after you create your primary site as in standalone mode. So let's take a look at that. So on the bottom left-hand side, you've got your major component navigation pane. So to navigate through the major components in MECM, you would click on each one of those. And at the top, you're going to notice there is an overview button. And if you click on that overview button, what you're going to see, it's going to give you a navigation index at top with hyperlinks on the different tasks within each one of those navigational tabs on the tasks that you can perform underneath there and how to perform the basic functions of those tasks and configure it. For instance, if we were to go to, let's see, underneath assets, let me show you where we're at. We're underneath assets and compliance on the left-hand side, and underneath there, we're underneath overview. Now you can go to directly to any one of the components to configure them. That's what you're going to eventually do. But if you wanted to get an overview on the tasks to learn how to do them or get some additional information, then what you're going to do is go to the navigation index and then click on, for instance, let's pick on device collections. So we'll click on device collections and it's going to take us right to device collections. Now, again, we'll go into detail on each one of these components in separate videos in this series. And I will have a playlist created as I create these dedicated videos on each one of these topics. But as an overview, assets and collections, basically the main thing we're doing in here is creating user collections and device collections, which are just groups for managing deployments when you go to deploy things such as operating systems and applications through MECM. And then the next one down is software library. And underneath software library, you have application management. That's where you create your applications, software updates. That's, like WSUS, Windows updates, operating systems. That's where you deploy operating systems and drivers. You create your images, your boot images, capture images, all that kind of stuff. Windows servicing, and all that kind of stuff. Those are the main components. And you also have scripts underneath there. And then there's monitoring. Monitoring is basically anything that you're deploying, you can monitor the status of it. So for instance, I can go to all my deployments. I haven't deployed anything yet because we just installed this. And we can find the deployments listed in there and the status of the deployments. And we can see the success or failure of any deployment and the devices or users that we deployed it to. So that's what monitoring is. And so it lists all the stuff in there that you can monitor. And administration, very important stuff in here. What we've got is our updates and servicing. So if we click on updates and servicing, and right click on check for updates, it's going to check. I don't know, while we're getting this error or warning or whatever it is. Oh, it tells us that we don't have a service connection point role. We didn't install it yet. And I was going to get to that in a second. So might as well just jump ahead in a second. But we get your software up, these are the updates for MECM itself. All the hierarchy of your primary site, all the settings for that in there. And then you've got your site configuration. And in here, you've got your site, your primary site, and all the properties on it. And what it's saying is, and then you've got your sites and system roles. And again, we're going to go into depth in future videos on this, but you're going to see all the site systems. And if you only have one, well, then there's only going to be one listed. And then all the roles that are deployed to that site system down below. So I think I was complaining that I didn't have the role installed. So I'm going to actually install that right now. I think it was well, let's see. Hold on. Forgot. Let's see. Yeah, service connection point role. So if I come down to here, for instance, and I click on here, and I say add the site system role to this site system. And just do a real quick one. Again, I'm going to go into depth in another video on this. Use the site system account, blah, blah, blah. Proxy server, service connection point. Next. Online. Next. And boom. It's easy enough to install that role. I don't know if I have to restart the console or anything to get that to work, but it should be available pretty soon. Nope, it works now. It says checking for updates. And what you'll see is within a certain amount of time, it's going to list any updates it found. So if there's a new release of MECM, it's going to be available. And again, there'll be a whole separate video on this. And you click on it and you update it. So underneath administration, we've got the updates and servicing, the hierarchy configuration, everything about your configuring your hierarchy, your system roles, your site systems, the site itself, all that kind of stuff. We'll get into details on each one of those in future videos. If you're going to be in code management mode with Intune or have any of the cloud services, like the cloud deployments or distribution points or anything like that, that's all in there. And we just talked about the site configuration, the site configurations itself. And notice up top on some of these, you're going to have additional buttons that you're not going to find anywhere else for that feature, that functionality. Guess I should say that component of MECM. Yep. And you're going to have your client settings, your devices, and all the settings for your clients. This one's important to know right off the bat. When you install Configuration Manager, the person that had the rights to install Configuration Manager becomes the only full administrator in MECM. So if you wanted to have somebody else that could do anything inside of MECM, and you got to be careful because they could, this full administrator role could literally wreck your environment if they don't know what they're doing. So you want to give everybody that's on your team only the roles that are necessary to do the tasks that they need to do, least-based permissions model. You can add the full administrator roles here, but we also have built-in accounts for certain tasks. So if somebody just needed to deploy applications, you can double click on that. And again, we're going to get into all this stuff later on. And then there's the account section. So for instance, you could say add user group and find, I don't know. Well, let's see. You could browse for a user and just kind of go through the wizard. Add, and then pick the role or roles that you wanted them to have. And again, we'll go into more detail in the other videos on this, but that's very important to know right off the bat how to add other users to be able to do tasks. So that's one of the first tasks that you're going to want to do. Otherwise, nobody else can get into the console to do anything. Only the person that installed it. You've got your distribution points, again, that's for distributing content and distribution point groups. We'll get into that in full detail in other videos. But these are all tasks that you need and roles and components that and features that you need to configure. I mean, all we did in this video is install it. We didn't do anything to really deploy it yet. And that's pretty much, I mean, I don't really do anything with migrations, but that's pretty much it for a basic tour of, the additional tasks that you need to perform and the navigational pane inside of SCCM. And that wraps up this installation video. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you learned a few things. Remember, I always like it when people support me and become members on buymeacoffee.com. Like my video. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Comment. Tell me in the comments what you want to see in future videos. Ask questions, anything you'd like. Thank you for joining us in this video. I hope to see you in future videos.